Distinguished participants of our conference, welcome. Welcome to the International Conference Empowering Persons with Disabilities to fully participate in society by increasing their mobility and accessibility. Our program today will provide much content, and we will have experts sharing their knowledge and information on multimodal mobility. In the second part, we are going to be introduced to the topic of EU disability card in different European countries. And the third part of the conference will focus on near future, since we are going to look at the strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities for 2021 until 2030. I'm truly pleased to welcome our high guests that are going to join us in this part. Let me welcome the Minister of Labour, Family, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities of Slovenia, Janez Cigler Kralj, the European Commissioner for Equality, Helena Dalli, the Ombudsman of the Republic of Slovenia, Peter Svetina, the Director of DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion at the European Commission, Katarina Ivanković-Knežević, the President of European Disability Forum, Ioannis Vardakastanis, the State Councillor of the Republic of Slovenia and President of the Association of Paraplegics of Slovenia, Dane Kastelic, and the President of the National Council of Disabled People's Organization of Slovenia, Borut Sever. And now let us provide you with some technical information that you have already received, but let us emphasize again that you can watch the conference in Slovenian and International Sign Language, and you can select your preferred language at the bottom with the button at the bottom of the screen. And we are going to be provided by artificial intelligence, so we do apologize if some words in translation won't be written correctly. Nevertheless, you can, as mentioned, follow the conference in sign language. That is why all the speakers are kindly requested to follow appropriate speed so that the interpretation will be made possible. We are also drawing your attention to extremely important time dimension of today's conference. So all the speakers are kindly requested to follow the timeline and stick to the time allocated for them. So the participants received the link to the manual with all the presentations collected there, and also CVs of all the speakers of today's conference are there. All right, now we can get started for real. Allow me to start by giving the floor to the Minister of Labour, Family, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities of the Republic of Slovenia, Mr. Janez Cigler Kralj. The Minister, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Esteemed Commissioner Dalli, distinguished Ombudsman of the Republic of Slovenia, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly pleased to welcome you to the Central Conference of the Slovenian Presidency in the field of disability protection. Unfortunately, I can't welcome you in person here in Slovenia. However, I'm equally honored to address you at least virtually. Undoubtedly, you are always welcome to our beautiful country of Slovenia when the conditions about the virus come down and the situation improves. So the rights of people with disabilities are a fundamental value of the European Union. There are 87 million people with disabilities in the EU. We have to ensure that they can live independently and have equal opportunities, good working conditions, and the opportunity to fully participate in society. This is the only way to build a fair and sustainable society, especially in the context of structural changes that we will witness in the future. We have to empower each person to fully exercise their rights and capabilities through their lifetime. Since I take over the ministry, it is my personal priority, which is care for the most vulnerable groups. We welcome the efforts of the European institutions that, with their strategies, focus on the needs of people with disabilities at the EU level. The Strategy for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities 2020 to 2030 is a framework European document which is based on the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and covers all aspects of life of people with disabilities, including periods of crisis, and ensures their greatest possible integration in society in every area of their lives. The Slovenian presidency resolutely supports the participation of people with disabilities in all areas of EU society and the need to achieve full accessibility and mobility within the EU in all areas. We shall continue to maintain a fair and inclusive society, providing opportunities for all and safeguarding the most vulnerable. We shall strive to prevent the greener and digital transformation from widening the inequality gap and to avoid leaving anyone out. We need to be aware that the pandemic brought additional challenges to people with disabilities, which is why we must prevent using the pandemic as an excuse to delay the implementation of and to lower the standards that have already been achieved. So this is the reason why today's conference is dedicated to ensuring greater participation. So I believe a one-day conference is too short to address all the crucial issues. Nevertheless, it will give us a chance to hear the discussions of top experts. The central themes of the conference will be mobility, accessibility for people with disabilities, raising awareness on the rights of people with disabilities, and presenting the EU Disability Card project, and carried out by the European Commission in cooperation with EU member states. And these are the most important segments of the EU strategy for 2021-2023. Also, the Slovenian projects will be presented, and they will touch on Slovenian policy. So they are a proof that in Slovenia, different ministries are capable and are willing to cooperate. Slovenia is one of the most active countries in the implementation of the rights of people with disabilities, but we should not stop at this point. Therefore, we need even closer cooperation between individual ministries, government institutions, disabled people's organizations, and other organizations addressing disability issues. And of course, we must not forget to reinforce such cooperation at the EU level. The Slovenian presidency firmly believes that all people with disabilities should be encouraged to actively and independently participate in society. Therefore, in 2017, Personal Assistance Act was adopted, enabling people with disabilities to live an independent life, and we're really proud of it. The COVID-19 pandemic shows how important it is to meet our commitments and fulfill the promise that nobody will be left behind. We are determined to support their full empowerment, to meet the needs of people with disabilities, and to continue to ensure the full protection of their rights. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, today's conference could not take place without a good cooperation. Let me sincerely extend my words of gratitude to the European Disability Forum and the National Council of Disabled People's Organization of Slovenia. And I also wish to thank all the speakers who will share your knowledge with us and will contribute not only to a better understanding of the empowerment of people with disabilities, but you will also provide ideas and insights required to frame future policies. I wish you fruitful deliberations and thank you for your attention. The Minister, thank you so much for your introductory words, which will undoubtedly serve as an impetus for our future work. And now let me welcome the European Commissioner for Equality, Helena Dalli. Madam, the floor is yours.
I am honored to address you at this conference on accessibility and mobility for persons with disabilities. Accessibility is a precondition for the full participation of persons with disabilities in society and the economy. Removing barriers is a cornerstone of the Commission's efforts to create a union of equality for all. Over the next decade, our strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities will support action to achieve further progress. The strategy continues to align our policies with the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The Convention is our compass, and the strategy will support its implementation at EU, national, and local levels and beyond the EU. To make the EU more accessible, a number of EU rules are in place, notably the European Accessibility Act. We continue to pay close attention to the implementation and evaluation of existing accessibility policies and rules. Next year, we will set up the European Resource Centre, Accessible EU, bringing together relevant national authorities. Accessible EU will help increase coherence and the sharing of good practices in accessibility policies. It will also seek to develop new tools and standards to facilitate the implementation of EU law. Our Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy, launched last year, focuses on making mobility affordable and accessible for all passengers, including those with disabilities and reduced mobility. This year, we will review the rules on passenger rights and on intelligent transport systems to make transport services accessible for all. With the Access City Awards, we continue to reward the efforts of cities that make their environment more accessible and inclusive. EU funds, including under the Cohesion Policy and the Recovery and Resilience Facility, will play a key role in supporting these objectives and implementing our strategy. Free movement is a cornerstone of EU integration, and persons with disabilities should enjoy the same rights as other EU citizens, including when choosing to move to another member state. Yet, persons with disabilities continue to face barriers when exercising this right. As there is no mutual recognition of disability across countries, they may experience difficulties having their disability status recognized. In 2023, the Commission will propose the creation of a European Disability Card with a view to being recognized in all member states. This initiative will build on the EU Disability Card pilot project and the European Parking Card. The experiences of those who have implemented this pilot project in 8 member states are relevant to all and will be an important input in developing this initiative. I am pleased that this conference will provide an opportunity to exchange on this matter. Turning principles into action is the responsibility of us all. Our strategy can only be successful through strong collaboration between the Commission, Member States, persons with disabilities, their representative organizations, and stakeholders at large. To step up this cooperation, we have just established the Disability Platform, bringing together member states, civil society, and the Commission. The platform replaces the high-level group on disability. It is our joint tool to provide a stronger governance structure to discuss the EU's and national strategies and the implementation of the UN Convention. By working together, we will be able to create a barrier-free Europe. I thank you.
Hvala, gospe Dali.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Dalli, for your encouraging words and for a clear presentation of initiatives at the level of the EU that will provide better inclusion, accessibility, and equal opportunities of the disabled. The importance of including society is also being emphasized by Ombudsman of the Republic of Slovenia, Peter Svetina. Mr. Svetina, the floor is yours. distinguished hosts, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to bid you a warm welcome on my behalf and on behalf of the Human Rights Ombudsman of the Republic of Slovenia. I'm truly pleased to be able to share my view about the accessibility and also the information access in our country, where accessibility for persons with disabilities and other vulnerable groups is extremely important. In Slovenia, with 2 million inhabitants, we do not have a specific number of the disabled persons, but the WHO figure stands that some 5% of the total population is the right figure in any country. So if we look at mental health and everybody who has any other type of disability, and if we add everyone who are not persons with the disabilities, but at some moment in their lives, they found themselves in a situation where they are limited in some way, we will reach more than 10%. More than 10%. So any one of us can find ourselves in such a situation. So accessibility is extremely important in all areas of our lives. Last but not least, this is a matter of human rights. That is why I wish for today's event to end up with our obligation that equal opportunities and prevention of discrimination, which in accessibility in everyday life for persons of the disabilities is still being experienced. It has to move from theory into practice. So, ladies and gentlemen, our big challenge is also the aging of the population. We are being faced with a higher and higher number of elderly persons with disabilities. And the pandemic has also brought other challenges, for example, chronic diseases and the increase of mental disorders. I do not wish to sound pessimistic, but the so-called COVID crisis has influenced the population with mental difficulties, and the experts are already aware of that. And in a few years, we're going to be worried in reflection to this period of time. That is why I often remember that the environment we live in is undoubtedly the very thing that can make our lives easier or much harder. On one hand, we are discriminated, stereotype victims, or we feel well and safe because we are a part of the story of acceptability regardless of our situation. Since we are a part of the story that leads into good quality of life for all, it is important to know technological development, electronic and digital tools. So over the last century, we changed our way of life considerably. The technology has influenced the society as a whole, which often lags behind other types of development. Our relationship to fellow men is important, but we need to be able to use technology appropriately. When half a century ago we dreamt about computers, and now the situation is completely different. Equal access and in creating quality of life leads us to follow democratic principles and social integration and acceptance of the differences. It is especially important for us to draw attention to the discrimination, and we need to adapt in such a way that all people under equal conditions can fulfill their needs. With this kind of tactical activities, we are not only socially responsible, but we become more successful as a society. I'm truly proud that in Slovenia, we have a number of projects to support persons with the disabilities. One such project is Multimodal Mobility for persons with different disabilities, where vulnerable groups in transport, we are focusing on the deaf, hard of hearing, deaf, blind, and children and elderly with better possibilities. We provide access to quality spatial data. We provide information, educate, train, and ensure more safe traffic as well by raising awareness. We're also focusing on better accessibility to railway transport and travel. We are working with Slovenské železnice company, focusing on the infrastructure, and the state owning the rail system holds responsibility. We also need to focus on trains and stations. I had a meeting with the general director of Slovenské železnice who told me that until 2023 they will have a renovated train system, which is very inspiring, and I believe that public rail transport will end up being comparable with the best countries in Europe in that way. Let me mention another positive shift. The Ombudsman has drawn attention to discrimination of students. After all interventions, including my personal intervention, we now improved the situation. The state needed to listen to that. And finally, it found the way to improve the situation by taking the step forward. One of such steps was also made by signing the pilot project of the program at the national television, including subtitles. So in real time, the subtitles will be provided, and with the Office of Communication and with the director of the television station, we held a meeting last year, and in 2021, at the time when ICT is flourishing, we are slowly taking steps towards the company of developed countries. I can say that over the last years, Slovenia has made considerable progress in caring for the persons with disabilities. Yet, we have much more to do. I do not have enough time to mention everything we still need to do, but Ombudsman will keep working hard. I talked about transport and traffic, but let me also mention courts, schools, and other facilities in public use. What is critical is also housing when we lack sufficient number of housing for paraplegics and tetraplegics. So we need to ensure also the possibility to travel by public bus, and this will be another condition to get a concession for public transport. Let me also note the employability of persons with disabilities, even though we have some employment centers and sheltered companies, it is still difficult for some persons with disabilities to get a job. And we also have some unresolved difficulties like social institutions, and then the decisions of the courts about the violations of the rights lead us to note the old standards and norms. The institutions are overburdened, and institutional safety has to be in place. So we are now lacking appropriate possibilities to provide care at home also. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm convinced that we can make shifts by focusing on the user and their needs. Only in this way we shall provide a clear message about the value of life in all periods of life and dignity. It is my sincere desire for all of you who are with us today at this conference to remember at least one thing. When we talk about human rights, we talk about dignity, and this holds true for about all areas of our lives. With the concept of accessibility, we are putting dignity in the front row. Let me mention my wish that I mentioned in the beginning. I wish for today's event to be concluded with our obligation that equal opportunity, equal access, and prevention of discrimination of persons with disabilities, looking at accessibility in everyday life because they still experience that should be not only theory, but also practice. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ombudsman, I am truly pleased that you were quite critical, providing us with realistic overview, not only in Slovenia, but in wider sense as well. So sincerely, thank you. And now let me pass the floor to Katarina Ivanković-Knežević, the Director of the DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion at the European Commission.
Okay. Do you see me now? Yes. Dobro jutro vsem.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you are all healthy, and I hope that the COVID crisis will truly end one day and we can be together. And I hope I am using the correct Slovenian language because I'm really trying hard. So I truly regret for us not to be able to be together in person in Slovenia, because it would have undoubtedly been much, much better to be together.
The messages from the European Commission. But first, let me congratulate and all my thanks to you, Mr. Minister, and to the Slovenian presidency for organizing this timely conference on two important issues that are so prominently visible in our new strategy for the rights of the persons with disabilities that was, as you know, adopted in March this year. I'm very pleased to be with you today. I'm very pleased to reflect on the strategy and to focus on the very important topic, which is increasing mobility and accessibility for persons with disabilities. My intervention really complements the message that Commissioner Dalli just delivered. And I would like to assure you that we are already working hard to implement the new ambitious strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities and to put in place measures which we hope will contribute to improving lives of persons with disabilities in the EU. As you know, also the free movement is a key right that is enshrined by the EU treaties, and also the new disability strategy underlines that persons with disabilities have the same right as other EU citizens to move and reside freely from another to another country. Our estimations are that we have around 80 million persons with disabilities around Europe. If we compare it, that's a size of a member state like Germany. From the legal point of view, there is no legal obstacle for persons with disabilities to use their free movement rights. However, as concerns the practical enjoyment of these rights, they still face many barriers in the environment, including in terms of mutual recognition of the disability status. There is indeed no mutual recognition of disability status, national disability cards, or certificates among member states, which brings additional complications for persons with disabilities to move, to study, and to work in another member state. We find the issue very important, and therefore it has a prominence in the new strategy in order to tackle the problem. To that end, the strategy contains a specific so-called flagship initiative. And it says that the Commission will propose creating a European disability card by the end of 2023, with a view to be recognized in all member states. It will build on the experience of the ongoing EU disability card pilot project in 8 member states, and upon the European parking card for persons with disabilities. We will discuss a lot about disability card, and there is a dedicated session about the pilot. So please, all of you who are really interested in the topic, stay tuned with us as the interesting discussions are envisaged throughout the day. When it comes to we believe that EU parking card for persons with disabilities, which was created a long time ago, already in 1998, by a council recommendation, is a successful initiative that has helped persons with disabilities to have access to parking rights and facilities for persons with disabilities, which are specific to the country being visited. However, the parking card is a recommendation and thus is not binding and provides only a minimal harmonization, mostly concerning the design and the mutual recognition of the cards by member states. Adoption and mutual recognition of the card remain voluntary. As concerns the eligibility, there is no uniform way that at EU level to assess the eligibility for the parking cards. This divergence creates disparities among EU citizens who, despite having a similar disabilities, do not enjoy equal benefits. Despite its limit and the fact that technologies have hugely progressed since the adoption of the recommendation, the EU parking card remains a real success story, an EU achievement that should not be forgotten or lost. It is vital on a daily basis for many persons with disabilities and should be kept on board when considering all the possible options for the future European Disability Card. We need to learn from the use of the parking card and the challenges found by persons with disabilities, such as fraud or lack of recognition in some instances. As you know, to support the free movement of persons with disabilities, the Commission has put in place the EU Disability Card on a pilot basis, starting already in 2016 in 8 member states. It is Belgium, Cyprus, Estonia, Finland, excuse me, Italy, Malta, Slovenia, and Romania. We are very grateful for your and for their participation and investment in the project. These member states have decided to freely recognize the cards that were issued in other participating member states and accept its consequences. The EU Disability Card provides on a voluntary basis the access to certain benefits in all or selected areas for culture, leisure, transport, and sports, which each country deciding itself on which areas to cover, mainly in the form of the price reductions or free entry or free services. To access the implementation of the pilot project, the Commission has contracted an assessment study. Its conclusions were quite positive, I would even dare to say extremely positive, and confirmed that the card was perceived as having added value, given that it acts as an enabler of mutual recognition of the disability status across member states. As concerns the new initiative of the European Disability Card, we are now in the reflection phase and trying to analyze all the possible options and the ways forward. The issue is complex, and you know very well that issues is even more complex from a legal point of view, but also from the practical point of view, much more than the pilot project we run. The initiative of the European Disability Card is about cross-border provision of benefits and services to persons with disabilities. From the legal and the policy point of view, it could concern several areas of the treaty and corresponding EU law, from the anti-discrimination, from the free movement of persons, freedom to provide services, transport, and internal market. Therefore, before being able to fully present the proposal in 2023, we need to analyze the EU legal context. We need to justify if and how the EU has the right to act under the treaty, which is the legal base, and what is the appropriate legal framework for extending the EU Disability Card to all member states. We also need to provide arguments for the proportionality of possible measures. We would also assess the areas affected by the card, like culture, leisure, sport, and transport, or maybe some other services. We will also have to analyze the legal and political consequences of introducing the initiative at the EU level according to different possible scenarios. However, for the card to work properly across the EU, we need to count on all member states and agree on its scope in terms of character and in terms of services concerned. We also need to analyze for the EU parking card the shortcomings and the challenges that were identified and propose the corrective measures, as well as possible merge with EU disability card in terms of models and in terms of conditions. Finally, we will have to consider how to best formalize this cooperation among member states. There are many options that we will discuss in our new disability platform, and Commissioner Dalli was just reflecting on the disability platform. We are in the process of finalizing the establishment. The Commission has brought its decisions. Now the member states are proposing their focal points, UNCRPD focal points. The civil society organizations are proposing their representatives for the disability platform. And the first meeting of the platform will be held already in December, still before the end of year, in order to really start up with the implementation of the monitoring framework and all the other different activities within the disability strategy. As you can see, the work in front of us is complex and will imply a good amount of work and time. In this context, it is extremely important for us to gather the thoughts and the position of member states, of the civil society, and the experts of this file. This is the reason why I said in the beginning that this meeting is very important for us today. I wish you all the best and looking forward for the outcome of this conference. Thank you very much.
Hvala.
Thank you very much, Ms. Katarina Ivankovic-Knežević, for this very exhaustive presentation of goals and challenges in the area of the implementation of the EU Disability Card. Thank you also for mentioning all of the other challenges that we are facing when trying to provide free mobility and a greater inclusion of persons with disabilities into our societies. Now I have the pleasure of welcoming the President of the European Disability Forum, Mr. Ioannis Vardakastanis. This is the umbrella organization into which all the representative organizations of the persons with disabilities are part of. This forum is basically representing over 100 million citizens in Europe. Mr. Vardakastanis, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. Honorable Minister, Honorable Commissioner, distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us today to represent the voice of persons with disabilities in Europe at this very important event. As for all EU presidencies, our main focus is to advance the implementation of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in the European Union, and the topics of today's conference, mobility and accessibility, are directly related to Articles 9 and 20 of the CRPD. This has also been supported by the adoption of the European Union's Strategy on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities 2021-2030, which was adopted earlier this year, already mentioned by Commissioner Dalli and by Director Ivanovic-Knežević. Slovenia now takes over to put the strategy into action. One of the flagship initiatives is the European Disability Card, already mentioned by other speakers before me. Slovenia has been a front runner in the Disability Card project and invested in the card, which can now be seen as a good practice example for other EU member states. We hope we will hear more about this later today so that we can ensure we have a very strong legal base for an ambitious card that will allow for mutual recognition of the disability status after 2023. Besides this flagship initiative, there are several other actions concerning accessibility and mobility that will address the barriers that still exist for millions of persons with disabilities in the European Union. The implementation and the possible improvement of the existing passengers regulations, the related funding to make the infrastructure accessible, and of course, we are also looking forward to the establishing of the Accessible EU Resource Center, just to name a few. Of course, it was already referred a while ago about the establishment of the new disability platform. And allow me, representing the voice of so many millions of persons with disabilities, to make something very clear and to underline it. I heard the Commissioner making the distinction at the beginning between representative organizations of persons with disabilities and other stakeholders. But then I heard about civil society organizations. I call on the Commission to keep this distinction between representative organizations and other stakeholders, because that also respects and reflects Article 4.3 of the UN CRPD. We also hope that the Slovenian presidency takes the lead to implement crucial changes within the Council to advance the rights of persons with disabilities. The second part of today's conference is about empowering persons with disabilities to fully participate in society. And for this empowerment, the Council and its presidencies also have to lead as a good example. In line with the disability strategy, therefore, we ask the Council to proceed immediately to nominate the disability coordinator and to make this publicly known. This disability coordinator should also participate on behalf of the Council in the new disability platform to allow for an open dialogue and coordination in implementing the disability rights strategy. Besides the creation of the Equality Working Group within the Council could also help to push for the adoption of the Horizontal Equal Treatment Directive, which we have been expecting for so long, as well all legislative proposals aiming at building a union for equality. We therefore expect that the Council actively participates in an interinstitutional coordination mechanism already asked for by the concluding observations of the UN Committee in 2015 between the Commission, the Parliament, and the Council. Lack of transparency and coordination has been to many good legislative projects being stuck or abandoned, which means that the UN CRPD is still not implemented properly. Furthermore, to allow for real participation, the Council should take all the necessary measures to make its working methods more accessible and visible. In your role as presidency, we ask you to also get the Commission from the Member States to follow up on the actions which are part of the strategy individually. Both the Council as an institution and as a sum of the Member States need to act to make the strategy success. My colleague, Pat Clark, will go into more details later today in his presentation. Finally, I want to mention and to congratulate that today's conference is an example of how you can make all presidency events, both online and in person, fully accessible. Congratulations. This should also be the case for events which are not directly related to disability issues. We hope that other member states will also take note for the future presidencies. To sum up, we expect Slovenia to support the implementation of the UN CRPD and the disability rights strategy, especially within the Council I underline. And today's conference will give us certainly more food for thought. And hopefully we can make and transform this food for thought to real action. We are in a difficult era, in difficult situations. We should not lose any time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Gospod predsednik Evropske.
Mr. President of the European Disability Forum, Ioannis Vardakastanis, thank you very much for your contribution, and thank you also for presenting. representing the voice of the persons with disabilities. Now I would like to welcome Dane Kastelic, State Councillor of the Republic of Slovenia and President of the Association of Paraplegics of Slovenia. Until recently, he was also the President of the National Council of Disabled People. Dane Kastelic. Thank you very much, Minister, Commissioner, dear participants at today's conference. Organizers, it is a great honor for me to be able to welcome you on behalf of the National Council of the Republic of Slovenia. I represent the interests of the social protection groups and the groups of the persons with disabilities and of the Association of Paraplegics of Slovenia. When I learned what the topics of today's conference are going to be, I tried to reflect upon what I can do as a counselor and as a president of the Association of Paraplegics of Slovenia. I would like to present you with the difficulties that disabled persons are facing in daily lives. So on the one hand, I have this privilege, and on the other hand, I have this great responsibility. I do hope also that if we, all stakeholders, put a lot more effort into this specific area, the accessibility of persons with disabilities will be improved. It is very important that we enable the persons with disabilities to have appropriate access to the physical environment, to different processes of decision-making, and so on and so forth. It is very important for us to be able to express our opinion, that we have our voice and that our voices are heard. This is of key importance. The National Council is therefore the forum within which the rights of persons with disabilities are always taken into account, because their rights are inextricably linked to all of the other rights of people within the society. And we have to delve into these issues not only from the theoretical point of view, we have to focus also on the fact that people who are helping persons with disabilities will be able to contribute to doing away with the barriers persons with disabilities are facing every day. It is very important for us to include all of the social groups into the decision-making processes, especially those groups whose rights are frequently breached. These groups are often not included in the decision-making processes. They often have the opinion that their rights are not fully respected and that they are not a full partner within the society. And I don't think anyone realizes just what difficulties persons with disabilities are facing unless they are presented in a very graphic or practical way. That's why I, within the National Council, am trying to do much more to join hands with all colleagues to do away with the barriers persons with disabilities are facing. For example, persons with disabilities have to face significant barriers when they are trying to park their vehicles, when they try to take the floor at the podium, where they try to enter different buildings, and so on and so forth. And the National Council is trying to improve the position of persons with disabilities, either by adopting own initiatives or by submitting amendments to the legislative proposals submitted by other legislators. What we wanted to do was to provide, for example, at least a minimum pension for persons with disabilities. We wanted also people who are not disabled and park on the parking spots for persons with disabilities be fined. And we also want to help persons with disabilities to fully implement their rights, regardless what disabilities they are facing, either disabilities or impairments. We have done a lot in the past years in all of these areas. That's why in this short amount of time that I have available, I will not be able to present you with all of our initiatives. But the new legislative proposals that are coming up are definitely a step in the right direction. The National Council is always opening its door to different groups and allows them to enter the National Assembly within which legislative processes are taking place. We also invite these organizations and persons with disabilities at different discussions at which issues pertaining to them are discussed. The COVID situation has forced us to organize some of the meetings online, and this is much easier to participate for us then. And in these exceptional times, I think that we have all become much more aware of the fact how important it is for us to be in touch with our community, how important it is for us to be able to fully access all the services with needs. We have to take into account also the Maslow's needs hierarchy. Persons with disabilities should have a full access to legislative, judiciary, political, and other processes. Because they are physically disabled or because they have mental difficulties, they, for example, sometimes have difficulties understanding the basic social processes. They don't know what their rights are. How can we open paths to them? How can we help them express their needs? I don't know. This is still a huge challenge. The National Council is truly endeavoring to take additional step forward in this area. For example, when it comes to persons with disabilities or young people, how can we help them better understand the legislative and other decision-making processes? We have prepared a booklet entitled A Toothless Dragon, and our member, who is a paraplegic, presented different viewpoints that have to be taken into account. I do suggest that you read this booklet because it could be a lovely reminder of the fact that different members are part of this society, that human rights are not a rigid issue. It is a very flexible issue, but it has to be respected fully. We also have to be made aware of what not only our needs are, but the needs of other people as well. And allow me to conclude this introductory speech. I truly thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Kastelic, for this very plastic demonstration of just how important the National Council is when it comes to the protection of rights of the persons with disabilities. You have also highlighted how important it is that we cooperate when we are trying to highlight the barriers and difficulties that persons with disabilities are facing in our everyday lives and when it comes to the seeking of solutions. The organizations representing the persons with disabilities are members of the National Organization of Disabled People's Organizations of Slovenia. This is the umbrella association. And this organization is the one advocating for the rights and the implementation of the rights of persons with disabilities. Therefore, it is my pleasure to be able to welcome Mr. Borut Sever, the President of National Council of Disabled People's Organizations of Slovenia, at this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, high-level guests, dear participants, and of course, dear colleagues, a warm welcome from me as well. Initially, I have to apologize because my voice is a bit coarse. I do hope that you are well and healthy and that your near and dear ones are healthy and that they stay healthy. I would also like to warmly welcome all of the participants of this conference who are attending the conference online. I will be speaking in English.
Disability movement, we often mention the transition from medical to social model of disability and everything that entails, but a new paradigm was not limited to the sphere of disability. Similar processes were taking place in the wider context of social work and services. And there has been a transition from traditional notions of social care to the concept of social activation. Among other things, social activation has involved putting the user, person with disabilities, in the center and tailoring social services to his or her needs. Actual social activation, however, also requires removing barriers and ensuring accessibility. This was also recognized by the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, CRPD, which has no specific definition of disability, but in the preamble describes it as a result of the interaction between persons with impairments and attitudinal and environmental barriers that hinders their full and effective participation in society on an equal basis with others. CRPD then introduces the concept of reasonable accommodation, necessary and appropriate modification and adjustment, not imposing a disproportionate or undue burden, to ensure the persons with disabilities the enjoyment or exercise on equal basis with others of all human rights and fundamental freedoms, and very importantly, defines denial of reasonable accommodation as a form of discrimination. CRPD then goes on to specifically elaborate on accessibility in Article 9, which mandates signatories to take appropriate measures to ensure to persons with disability access on equal basis with others to physical environment, to transportation, to information and communication. And Article 21, which obliges state parties to ensure that information intended for the general public is also available to persons with disabilities in accessible formats and technologies, and also urges private entities to provide services in accessible and usable formats for persons with disabilities. For this and other reasons, accessibility has been among the highest priorities of the disability movement. We know that the definite progress in the accessibility of the built environment, especially in the past 10 years. And in terms of the built environment, Slovenia seems one of the more accessible countries in the EU. With those achievements, our focus of intention has increasingly moved to the accessibility of public transport and accessibility of informations and communications, so-called digital accessibility. In part, this was addressed by the Equalization of Opportunities for Persons with Disability Act, and then by the Accessibility of Websites and Mobile Applications Act, which transmitted the EU directive of the same name. Achieving accessibility requires knowledge of accessibility standards, being aware of the needs of people with disabilities, and addressing barriers to access for individuals with disabilities. The two above-mentioned acts appear to provide a solid framework, but while we have to emphasize a good and productive working relationship with the Ministry of Labour, Family, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities, as well as with the Ministry of Infrastructures, we'd be remiss to neglect to mention that there have been also delays and that potentials have remained unfulfilled. Having said that, it's also important to note, and this has been shown by our own experience with accessibility of the built environment, that bringing about social change is not just a matter of regulation. It's also a matter of raising awareness so that accessibility is ensured, not because of the law says we have to do it, but because it's the right thing to do. This, of course, is a process, but we're optimistic. We believe that as a society, we're becoming more inclusive. Human rights, including the human rights of persons with disabilities, are recognized by the society as a key value. And there's a growing realization that improvements in mobility and accessibility lead to higher rates of participation of persons with disabilities, to their empowerment, and this is to the benefit of the community and the entire society. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a successful conference.
Hvala Borutu Severju za pomemben poudarek o pomenu osveščenosti širše družbe.
Thank you very much, Borut Sever, for shedding light on this important topic. Allow me to conclude by thanking all the speakers. I believe they shed light on an important topic that the continuation of the conference will discuss. Before we continue, I suggest a break until 20 minutes past 10, and then welcome back. Thank you.
Dobrodošli.
Welcome back. When talking about accessibility, we need to take into account all its aspects. It is undoubtedly not limited only to access to transport, goods, services, but access to communication and information is of key importance in empowerment and participation in society. In the Republic of Slovenia, we have reached an important milestone in this field. In the beginning of June, the constitutional law was adopted by which the use of the language of the deaf and hard of hearing is also included. In this way, Slovenia has become the 5th European country after Austria, Finland, Hungary, and Portugal with a constitutional language of deaf-blind included in the Constitution. The ministry within the government of the Republic of Slovenia, the Ministry of Labor, Family, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities, as well as the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Clubs and of Clubs Association of Slovenia, and also the Deaf-Blind Association of Slovenia joined forces. So Magister Cveto Uršič, the State Secretary of the Ministry of Labor, Family and Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities, can tell us more about that. Distinguished participants, good morning and welcome from a sunny Slovenia. Let me start with a story of a deaf-blind writer, activist, a lady fighting, striving to ensure the rights of persons with disabilities and all people. In 1,000 ways, my friends have turned my limitations into beautiful privileges and enabled me to walk serene and happy in the shadow cast by my deprivation. Humans are social beings, and we need a society that understands and accepts us. Communication and language are of key importance for social inclusion and exercise of fundamental human rights. The need for communication and language and the right to them is essential for a human to be human. Without communication, an individual cannot become an effective and productive adult or an informed citizen. The deaf and hard of hearing people with cochlear implants and deaf-blind do not have equal opportunities in exercising their human rights and fundamental freedoms, especially talking about the right to communicate. That is why the importance of communication and language are fundamentally important for these persons. Slovenia has continuously supported the efforts of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Clubs Association of Slovenia and DLAN, Deaf-Blind Association of Slovenia, for a better integration of the deaf and hard of hearing and the deaf-blind into society. There are 1,500 users of Slovenian Sign Language in Slovenia. Slovenia was the 15th country that back in 2002 adopted the act regulating the use of Slovenian Sign Language, defining the right of the deaf to use Slovenian Sign Language and the right to be informed, so to have access to information using techniques adapted to the needs and the scope and manner of exercising the rights to a Slovenian Sign Language interpreter. So in Slovenia, the Slovenian Sign Language is classified as a minority language in Slovenia, but unfortunately it was not constitutionally protected. So as a mother tongue of the deaf, it was in an unequal position. It is a sign of Slovenian and cultural belonging, social cohesion, and identification of the language minority. Slovenian Sign Language should be continuously developed and standardized. Just like written and spoken Slovenian is, because the current level of recognition and development of this language does not meet the communication needs of a modern and knowledge-based society. The competent ministry and the government have supported the initiative, as I've mentioned, of both organizations for persons with disabilities to include Slovenian Sign Language in the Slovenian Constitution. The official proposal to initiate the procedure for the amendment of the Constitution was presented to the government, which started the procedure in April 2019. So this very constitutional amendment is the first initiative of the Slovenian government for a constitutional amendment that was successfully brought to a conclusion. The Constitutional Commission backed the government's proposal, and on the 4th of June this year, the Constitutional Act amending Chapter 2 of the Constitution entered into force, adding a new Article 62A to the Constitution. In this way, the Slovenian Sign Language and the language of the deaf-blind are included. So the care for the most vulnerable groups is one of the main foundations of people-friendly country. The enshrining of this right is a remarkable feat in the protection of disability care and human rights. In this way, Slovenia, not only symbolically, but also constitutionally, legally, has confirmed that we remain a social state. The inclusion of the Slovenian Sign Language in the Constitution is a huge, huge step in ensuring equal opportunities and easier use of sign language and the language of deaf-blind, so it provides them to join the society better. As it was mentioned in the introduction by the moderator, this truly is an example of good practice, because after Austria, Finland, Hungary, and Portugal, Slovenia became the 5th country in Europe with a sign language recognized as a constitutional category, and the 1st country with the language of the deaf-blind enshrined in the Constitution. But of course, the inscription of the sign language and deaf-blind language in the Constitution presents a big challenge for us. We accepted these challenges with joy, and I believe that together with both representative organizations, we shall find the way to implement these challenges and fulfill our goals. So a few days ago, we met with the representatives with the representatives of DLAN, Deaf Blind Association of Slovenia, focusing on this important topic. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to wish you a beautiful day, and I hope this conference will be a success so that we can hear each other and create some proposals, some conclusions by which we are going to improve the lives of the disabled persons. And we are talking in this context about the deaf, hard of hearing and deaf blind in the EU. Thank you so much for your attention. Distinguished Cveto Uršič, the State Secretary at the Ministry of Labour, Family, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities, thank you for your address and your explanation about the amendments of the Constitution of the Republic of Slovenia. And undoubtedly, it makes sense now to pass the floor to Anton Petrič, to present the viewpoint of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Clubs Association of Slovenia, since a lot was mentioned in the presentation of Mr. Uršič, and now I truly welcome Mr. Uršič and Mr. Petrič, and now we also have a lady who is going to interpret into a sign language for us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly pleased to be able to address all esteemed guests and share with you our success in the placement of Slovene Sign Language in the Constitution of the Republic of Slovenia. With the constitutional amendment, the Republic of Slovenia recognizes the users of sign language and the language of the deaf blind as a community with its own culture, identity, and language. The reason for the initiative was some still unregulated rights of the deaf, hard of hearing, and deaf blind. I wish to emphasize just a few of them. First of all, the initiative of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Clubs Association of Slovenia, which is one of the oldest disability organizations in Slovenia, suggested that deaf-blind children should also be included. Nevertheless, this initiative was not adopted. Second of all, deaf children still do not learn in their language. Third of all, we still do not have a guaranteed system resource for sign language development. The Constitutional Act, according to which the Constitution is supplemented with the right to use and develop Slovene Sign Language, is a huge step forward in the realization of the rights of persons with disabilities, and it provides advocacy of disability organizations. It is only right that we thank everyone who built the basis for this constitutional change, to the deaf, to the interpreters, to the professionals in associations and school centers. At that time, until now, the representatives of the Ministry of Labour, Family, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities were important, and also colleagues from the Ministry of Culture. We gradually built cooperation with the representatives of the Ministry of Culture, which enables projects in sign language. The sign language is entered in the Register of Intangible Cultural Heritage, and we also wrote the first grammar of Slovenian Sign Language. We started to cooperate with the Fran Ramoš Institute for the Slovene Language of the Slovenian Academy of Sciences and Arts, and we participate in the annual Sign of the Year campaign. We established also a scientific research institute for Slovenian Sign Language. We wish for a sign language to be a subject at all levels of education, which is also a task of the Ministry of Education, Science and Sport. In 2014, the government declared Slovenian Sign Language Day. We really are grateful to the government for supporting this initiative of the Association of Deaf and Hard of Hearing Societies of Slovenia. So the use of sign language is gradually expanding, and it is now included in the work of the Ministries of Justice, Education, Health, Public Administration, Radio, Television, Slovenia, and so on and so forth. But unfortunately, this wasn't sufficient to really introduce major changes in the position of the development of sign language. So a team of colleagues at the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Clubs Association of Slovenia, with the help of our friends from the Ministry of Labour, Family, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities, as well as the Slovenian Academy of Sciences and Art, wrote an initiative. Even though the text of the adoption in the National Assembly was supplemented, it remains a fact that the mission of the initiative was to care for the language for the deaf and deaf-blind. This was followed by an international conference in the National Council of the Republic of Slovenia, when we heard very positive response from the Ombudsman and the defender of the principle of equality. The constitutional change is not our ultimate goal. We shall continue our work in the future. Therefore, we're truly pleased to see some major shifts happening already. The proposal of the National Program for Language Policy has been adopted. The Institute for Slovenian Sign Language has offered a helping hand, a cooperation hand. The Faculty of Arts in Ljubljana also, through the Department of Translation, introduced a study program for sign language interpreters, and the program has been written. Special thanks go to the National Council of Disability Organizations of Slovenia, the Foundation for the Financing of Disability and Humanitarian Organizations, and the Social Chamber of Slovenia for your support. I really wish to thank you, and thank you for creating a better future with us. The speech was also prepared by Secretary of DLAN, Simona Herencher, but due to illness, she can't be with us. So her colleague of the Association DLAN, Urška Lušina, is going to share her words. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to address this important meeting. At the same time, I wish to extend greetings from the deaf-blind. So, this is a very important impairment, deafness and blindness. That is why deaf-blind is an extreme disability, calling for a specific approach and individual way of working, communicating, and interpreting. By establishing the association DLAN in Slovenia, we started to systemically work with deaf and blind, but also we started to develop international cooperation and scientific research in deaf blindness. In spite of big diversity of deaf blindness, the only common feature of people with deaf blindness is that their world is much closer, limited to their microenvironment, what they can touch. And that one can only refer to senses of type, smell, and taste. And through these senses, a perception of the world is formed that differs from the perception of the world of the majority society. Being aware of this difficulty, we started to develop and research the language of the deaf-blind together with the people with deaf blindness. This is a touch-based language, and it has a magical power to satisfy the basic needs of each individual. This is the need for security, acceptance, and respect. Through this language, the deaf-blind people can be understood and they can understand. This is the most fundamental affirmation of the human being, and on the other hand, it is a driving force enabling personal growth, freedom, and emancipation of their community. It is with great gratitude that we reflect on our path, and the entry of the language of the deaf-blind in the Constitution of the Republic of Slovenia is important. The Constitution is the highest legal act. In the second paragraph of Article 62, it states, the free use and development of the language of the deaf-blind are regulated by law. In this way, the state recognizes deaf-blindness as an independent disability and people with deaf-blindness as an independent group with disabilities with their own community, culture, and language. The right to free use and development of the language of the deaf-blind will provide the fundamental human rights, which is the right to use and develop their language, the right to express, the right to individual support and help, enjoying the status, enjoying rehabilitation, and the use of interpreter services for the deaf-blind. This will enable them with more equal participation and treatment in educational processes and employment, the integration into all spheres of everyday life and personal development. In order to ensure all of this for the deaf-blind, apart from professional approach, the legislative access to this right and the development and use of the language of deaf-blind is important, as well as the right to the interpreter, which arises from human rights. All efforts of the DLAN Association in supplementing Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of Slovenia were aimed at ensuring that people with deaf-blindness will acquire fundamental human rights so they can become respected and equal members of society. By entering the language of the deaf-blind and accepting the cross-sectional law, which will provide a comprehensive regulation of the field of deaf-blindness, Slovenia can become an example to other countries around the world. So foreign and domestic scientists, experts, and humanitarian organizations express their support. I wish to extend words of gratitude to Dr. Tara Edwards of the University of St. Louis, full professor Dr. Marcos Tabej from the Faculty of Arts in Ljubljana, and organizations Deaf-Blind International, the Association of Lions Club District 129, Rotary District 1912, and the Rotary Club Ljubljana Barje. Last but not least, I wish to extend my words of gratitude to all decision makers who in any way, shape or form supported the activities to amend the Constitution, and in this way they made a huge step forward in ensuring the rights of the deaf and blind community. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Lushina. In this part, the program was drafted in such a way that we concluded the language of deaf and deaf-blind in the Constitution, and now we are entering the next part of the conference titled Multimodal Mobility. There will be a special moderator moderating the debate of the panelists. So I wish to welcome Susanna Teinig, the Secretary at the Ministry of Labour, Family, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities, to start moderating this part of the plenary session. Ms. Teinig, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I bid you a warm welcome on my behalf and welcome from Brdo pri Kranju. As the speakers already mentioned, we are now going to touch on multimodal mobility. A lot of attention has been given to that lately. It is only right for all of us to move around the environment safely and without obstacles. To ensure this goal, we need to make sure that there are no dangerous obstacles in the environment. We need to pay attention to public services and transport. All of these are contents that multimodal mobility focuses on. We selected some key projects, but believe us, this was no easy task. The purpose is to ensure systemic changes, not only in the Republic of Slovenia, but also within the EU. In order to ensure a variety of topics, we are going to hear from the user, from the legislator, and last but not least, also a representative of the public urban transport. The topics of this panel is enabling multimodal mobility to persons with various disabilities, presented by Roman Riener, the advisor of director at Geodetic Institute of Slovenia. Access and mobility for persons with disabilities inside the buildings will be presented by Dr. Igor Bizjak, the director of Urban Planning Institute of the Republic of Slovenia. How the European Commission tries to enhance the rights of persons with disabilities when using different modes of transport will be presented by Elizabeth Kothaus, the head of unit of Directorate General for Mobility and Transport, the Deputy Director of General Coordination and Directorate B of the European Commission. The urban transport will be presented by Anca Gunta, the General Secretary at the European Disability Forum. The accessible traveling for persons with disabilities with personal experiences and practical aspect from the user who participated in the project Multimodal Mobility will be presented by Aljosha Škapar. I wish to thank all the speakers for responding to our invitation, and now you are all kindly invited to raise your questions to our guests. Mr. Roman Riener, the floor is yours.
Magister Roman Riener, se sliši?
Mr. Riener, can you hear us? Are you connected with us?
Izvolite.
The floor is yours, and please turn on your mic.
Gospod,
Mr. Riener, we cannot hear you. Could you try switching on and off your mic again? We are experiencing some technical difficulties. I do apologize.
dokler čakamo.
And while we're waiting for Mr. Riener, let me also inform you that if you have any questions, you can just write them down into the chat box.
Hello, se slišimo?
Can you hear me now? Yes, we can hear you. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. I do apologize for this technical glitch. High-level guests, distinguished participants of today's conference, the project of enabling the multimodal mobility of people with disabilities is a very practical example, how we can provide practical solutions to persons with disabilities. I have prepared a short video clip, so I would like to ask the technicians if they could play this video just before my ultimate slide. Now, moving on to content. Just a second. I would like to share the presentation with you on my screen. I have prepared a PowerPoint. Just a few seconds more, if you will. Can you see the PowerPoint presentation?
Gospod Riner.
Mr. Riner, we cannot see your PowerPoint, but we can share it. Okay, then I will just continue. We cannot see it. We can share it. Please do, if you can.
Lahko začnete.
Now you can start. Okay. Like I said, this project is trying to provide the multimodal mobility of persons with disabilities. What are we talking about? Orientation. First, where is the person with disabilities located? Then navigation. How can this person come from point A to point B? Then, moving on, we are adding the word mobility. Mobility means that we have to include our body movements. And when we add multimodal to mobility, we have the comprehensive notion. So all transport modes, taxi, train, car. We only have one environment and we share it. The infrastructure is planned and adapted to vulnerable groups, and it should be adequate for all of us, meaning that our space, our environment should be adapted and it should be appropriate for all of us. Next slide. Vulnerable groups. 4 vulnerable groups. We have elderly, we have blind, we have physically impaired, and we have deaf and hard of hearing. And we are working very well also with the National Council of the Disabled People's Organization of Slovenia. Next slide. Why is this project so successful? Because it enables us to develop the developmental and operational component, and they go hand in hand, meaning that we have to integrate the knowledge in 2 areas, technical and social areas. Meaning that we are bringing about a high added value. We are following the motto, nothing about persons with disabilities without them. A large responding number also confirms that this project is very important and it is implemented in 40 municipalities where more than 1 million people live. These are the municipalities included in this project. 43 to be precise. Next slide. All of the data is gathered by persons with disability. So no mistakes are made, basically. And we have also included all of the photos in this database. We know that digitalization is not related just to digital data, but that it means in particular a business model. In Slovenia also the social model. And this is the model we're developing in this project. Now, municipality jury, what is happening on the grounds? You can see how data was gathered. You can see an older lady using her own vehicle. Then we have other ladies who have difficulties walking around, and we were assessing what difficulties elderly are facing within their mobility. Alyosha is here measuring the height of the step. And through the tablet, he is introducing this information into our database. Next slide. Results of this project. We have established a standardized set of data relevant for the national level. Why is that important? Because we have a single standard for the entire country. Celje, Kamnik, Murska Sobota, all these municipalities are using the same data. Also, all of this data is available free of charge. And we have also provided a standardized user experience within the entire country. I have to stress two issues in that respect. First of all, we can compare different municipalities. And second, this user experience was shared with persons with disabilities in Ljubljana, Murska Sobota, and Kamnik, for example. And they suggested that we include this user experience into this project and share it with all. This is the starting page of what we call the searcher. When we search for data, we have different options according to which categories. For example, we can see a specific building or a parking area. And when we click on it, and then we can see whether this specific area is accessible or not. It is very important that two databases are connected. That's an added value. We have the data of external and internal accessibility. The Geodetic Institute of Slovenia and the Urban Planning Institute have carried out this project. 90 courts have been included in this database within the cooperation with the courts. And for example, when it comes to individual courts, persons with disabilities can check whether courts are accessible or not. What is also relevant to highlight when it comes to results? Web accessibility of information. Within this project, we paid a lot of attention to the web accessibility of information so that persons with disabilities can check the environment they will be going to. We also verified the web pages of the municipalities that are included in this project. We also organized many workshops, free of charge trainings, how to transpose these experiences from one municipality to the other and other target groups. We included also data into the development of smart cities. Because all of this information that is available at the level of the municipality can be used when developing smart solutions. What's also important is that we include info on new services. For example, a printed out map. This map is specifically adapted to the persons with disabilities. You can see how it is bound. And for example, a person with disability can easily place this map on a wheelchair. Then a web map that is available wherever Wi-Fi is available. This is a map of the city of Kranj. Some information, for example, are available for spatial planners. This type of map is intended for users. This is Google Street View. And before we go into a specific environment or an area, we can see where we will be moving within that environment. Now, if I go in the reverse order, how do we list the individual obstacles? We inform the municipality where the obstacles are located and how to do away with them. Navigation, that's one of the most challenging aspects. Company COPA is developing this specific aspect in 12 municipalities. You can see what happens on the ground. We have organized many workshops on the ground, but then Corona happened and all of this education and training was moved online. The promotion and the visibility of this project. The media have noticed us. More than 30 articles were published in national, regional, and local media. Promotion is really important, and especially when we were hosts in TV shows or on the radio, that had a significant positive impact. I think this is also an opportunity for us to talk about the needs of persons with disabilities. And the last two slides, the vision. Where are we going? We would like to encompass the entire Slovenia, so we want to extend the array of groups that we are covering. We would also like to enlarge the circle of users. We want to include new municipalities. We want to include, for example, other areas, the transport area. We would like to have a permanent office for the mobility of vulnerable groups. That's what we would like to include. And we want to have a mobility platform that encompasses 5 areas. Let me tell you a story to depict this. When we wake up in the morning, we have to be mobile in order to do all of the things we do in the morning. Then the first area we enter is the outside area. We go outside, step on the pavement that is not adapted. Then we go to the bus station. It's difficult for us to get on the bus. Then we have to go to a court, for example, and we don't know whether the court is accessible or not. Like I said, more than 90 court buildings are already included. So we are already in the internal area, inside the building. When we plan our itineraries or journeys, we have to have appropriate information available. And the social environment is also very important because within the social environment, we are working with different representative organizations, with the National Council of Disabled People's Organizations and others. We want to help persons with disabilities when they go outside. And of course, we have to provide a virtual space. Virtual space has 2 functions. First of all, we can first take our journey in a virtual area before we actually go out in the physical environment. And we can also simulate the movement within the town we are living in or within our community, so closer to home. And this is something that will encourage everyone to become more mobile when they have information available. Now we have come to the video, to the film I've prepared. Could you please play it? This project is an excellent example of a proactive stance, what we as a society can do more in order to provide accessibility to everyone. To a blind person, an obstacle exists until it is found. Once it is found, we try to avoid it. It's invaluable for people with motor disabilities to be able to find accessibility information online. Unfortunately, that's not always an option. Well, rehabilitation is not completed within the walls of hospitals or rehabilitation centers. It extends to the home environment. In the home environment, we have to provide a good environment for rehabilitation to take place. Mobility needs to be provided, flexibility as well, so that all persons returning to their homes can live successfully within their homes. Accessibility to a diverse team of colleagues has to be provided so that they can do their job and that they can do it in a quality and productive manner. So accessibility is a part of productivity. An inclusive society is, in my opinion, the most effective and the most productive society. For persons with disabilities, sports is very important because it helps them to develop in the area of health, social area, and especially for young people, it is very important because it enables them to become more included in the society, to be more active. It's very relevant for the future. The application COPA map was developed for the local Koroška region. What was relevant in the development was our cooperation with persons with disability and relevant organizations because they have first-hand experience as to which information and functionalities should be included in the application so that it is friendly to the user and effective. Our vision was to grow this project. And what we are trying to do now is to include the entire territory of Slovenia into this application. I shall hereby conclude with my presentation. You can, of course, follow us on the webpage and on Facebook. You can find information below on the slide. And this is my last slide. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Renner. If I sum up, this project is a great example of how we can all participate, different stakeholders from national and local level, how we can cooperate and help the persons with disabilities to become more involved into the society. And we follow the motto, nothing about persons with disabilities without them. Now we will give the floor to Mr. Igor Bizjak, Director at the Urban Planning Institute of the Republic of Slovenia. He will be talking about the access and mobility for persons with disabilities inside buildings. Just give me a second so that I can share my presentation with you. Here we go. Can you see my presentation? Yes, we can see it. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of this conference, the Urban Planning Institute of the Republic of Slovenia is the central scientific research institution in Slovenia when it comes to urban planning and related sciences. We are also dealing with the issue of access for persons with disabilities. We have been dealing with this for about 4 years now. We issued several publications on this topic. You can see them on the slide. And we are also taking part in different projects. The project Accessibility in cooperation with the ministry, then Accessibility to Cultural Heritage. We are cooperating with the Ethnographic Museum. Then we are also cooperating with the Ministry of Culture. We have prepared a spatial analysis of accessibility of libraries, and we are also carrying out an assessment of how different public buildings are accessible. We participate with the municipality of Kranj. We are within the project Zmoremo, we can. We are assessing the accessibility of healthcare centers, and we have carried out 2 targeted centers. How accessible are public buildings and how is mobility provided for within the buildings of the justice system. We are also taking part in the EU Disability Card. A person with disabilities is, in our opinion, everybody who has difficulties in movement, blind, then vision impaired, deaf, pregnant women, and others. And whenever we are assessing the possibility to enter the building, we try to identify obstacles upon entering. And we want to catalog them, define them, so that the person will be informed of the potential obstacles at a specific public building so that that person can prepare for it. And we also want to help all of the building managers to understand where the obstacles are and how to remove them. Then when we are inside the building, we can face different problems. For example, slippery floor, stairs, very narrow hallways, narrow or not high enough doors, then very closed spaced toilets. We need to provide information about that. For example, are there interpreters available in a public building for persons with disabilities? Are there web pages that are adapted to persons with disability? Are there subtitles available on the screens if they are providing information within the buildings? We have carried out an assessment of rules, regulations, standards, and the handbooks for planning. And when we were talking about standards, we used ISO standard 121541 that stipulates how a built environment should be planned, built so that people can access it in an equal, independent way without any discrimination. We also took heed of the Building Act and the Act on the Management of Buildings. Now I will show you a couple of obstacles that await us when we try to enter a building. This is the door through which we enter the building. Steps are one of the most relevant obstacles. Two heavy doors, for example. This is a more modern building. It is accessible for persons with disabilities, but for blind, it is not an appropriately marked. Then an elevator. The information is not provided for and the access is not clearly marked. Inside the building, hallway. This is the entry to the building. You can find the security scanner. This is the building of a court. As you can see, it is too narrow for somebody in a wheelchair to go through. Then information counters. This counter is too high. You cannot access the top level of the counter if you're in a wheelchair. Here, the glass is too reflective. There is not enough room for a wheelchair. Then hallways. They are frequently encumbered with furniture, and this furniture does not allow persons with disability to move around because, I don't know, they use a wheelchair or a stick or something else. Stairways, very problematic. They are either too steep, not well enlightened, do not have railings to hold on to. Then the individual stairs are not closed. The surface is not closed, and that makes it more difficult for blind people to move around. This is a wheelchair lift, but it is not adapted for electronic wheelchairs that are heavier. Then when it comes to exhibitions and similar events, the text is not placed at the central level. The letters are not large enough. Then if we want to communicate with the person who is working behind this counter, we have to see that person. But this glass partition is too reflective, so it glares. Then this specific toilet, it is appropriately adapted for persons with disabilities, but you can see that the SOS call button is too high, then the towels are placed too high. This toilet is completely useless for persons who are using a wheelchair. How did we use this methodology? Well, based on this methodology, we developed a website talking about the accessibility of public buildings. It's in a way an application intended for the user so that they can take a look at which buildings are available, what obstacles potentially await them there. At the same time, this is also intended for all of those who are managing these buildings so that they know which obstacles are present within that building that they are managing so that they can then do away with those obstacles. This is one example of how we search for information. This is a browser. You can either enter an area or the name of the building, and then you can get a hit on the bottom level. And there is a description of the specific building telling us about what obstacles could be encountered then. Now, if you are a manager of the building or the owner of the building and are included into this list, you can click on your name and then you can see the description of your specific building. What are the shortcomings at this building? Those who want to be analyzed can then enter this page and then take a look at different areas. When we were preparing this analysis for the Ministry of Justice, for example, the Ministry of Justice can take a look at how many buildings are equipped with elevators, how many are not. This is what it looks like. So every part of the building that is being analyzed and assessed is divided in different chapters. For example, are there significant differences in the levels of floors or steps or anything else? Is there a possibility of a ramp? Are the doors automatically opening and closing or not? And based on the replies that they provide us with, we can tell them what needs to be changed within a building. These are the results of our cataloging. We have noticed that there are predominantly two types of obstacles arising. One type of obstacle relates to buildings that have obstacles placed at the entrance, the entry into the building, the entry into the toilets, the entry into different rooms. There are different obstacles represented by furniture or, for example, the height of the counter behind which the employee is sitting. These two shortcomings or these two specific areas where obstacles arise can be more problematic to do away with. Why? In more modern buildings that have been planned in a way that the needs of persons with disabilities had already been taken into account, there are less obstacles of this type. And in older buildings, we can find numerous obstacles of this type. And what also happens is that older buildings are protected buildings because they are a part of a national cultural heritage, meaning that it's difficult for us to modify them. We cannot just increase the size of the door or build a ramp or, I don't know, modify or refurbish the staircase. So every public building should be built in such a way or modified in such a way that everybody has the possibility to enter the building without any difficulties. Owners or the managers of building are often not even aware that these obstacles exist. There is not enough awareness raising in this respect, meaning that these obstacles should be done away with as soon as possible. Like I mentioned before, the best option would be for them to remove, for example, the disturbing furniture. That's the most cost-effective solution. But when it comes to buildings that would need significant financial investments in order to be refurbished, then perhaps an appropriate plan should first be made as to how to do away with obstacles, also in a long term. Thank you. That would be all from me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Biziak. So accessibility to the facilities in public use and to information is extremely important. How the European Commission tries to enhance the rights of persons with disabilities when using different modes of transport will be presented by Elisabeth Kurthaus, Head of Unit, Director General for Mobility and Transport, Deputy Director General Coordination and Directorate of the Directorate at the European Commission. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Me? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you first of all for inviting us to this conference. What I have heard so far is very interesting and shows on the ground what all can be done and has still to be done. And that is very inspiring. And I'm very glad to present you what we do on our European EU level to help, especially because I come from the Directorate General for Mobility and Transport. What do we do for persons with disabilities and reduced mobility to help to move around? And for that reason, I have also brought a presentation with me. So I have to see whether this now works as I am. Let me see. Share. So now, can you see it? The presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, so we have as a very general worldwide framework the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And there you find Article 9, which imposes an obligation on state parties to the convention, saying that as all EU member states are parties to this convention. It says that they have to take measures to ensure to persons with disabilities access on an equal basis with others to, among others, transportation. So regarding transport policy, the European Union has a shared competence with member states. Therefore, measures are taken at both levels, at EU level as well as at national level. And the European Union was a front runner of mainstreaming the rights of persons with disabilities. As an example, we can quote or name the regulation on the rights of persons with disabilities and reduced mobility when traveling by air of 2006, which became applicable in June 2008, just before this international convention. So there are some key principles for enhancing the rights of persons with disabilities and for persons with reduced mobility. Non-discrimination, free assistance, accessible information, and barrier-free vehicles and infrastructure. So regarding non-discrimination, the EU is the only continent on this globe who has for each transport mode, meaning air, ship, bus, and rail, passenger rights, endorsed by regulations directly applicable in all member states. And those prohibit discrimination based on disability. So that means, for example, a carrier may only deny transporting a passenger with disabilities or reduced mobility if this would be contrary to the statutory safety provisions on national, European Union, or international legislation level, or the decision of a competent authority based on such provisions. Or the transport would not be physically possible because of the characteristics of the vehicle. We have done now, during the last 2 years, an evaluation of our regulation regarding transport of passengers with disabilities and reduced mobility in air and ship and bus and coach. And you see here on the slide the link to this procedure. And there was also the possibility to comment on let's say, the planning and also the scope of our exercise. And you can see there on these different entries where we are with this process. But I can tell you, we have more or less finalized now our evaluation. We have done support studies, and the evaluations, so I hope it goes all as planned, should be adopted and published at the before the end of this year, together with the supporting studies. And there you see that the safety rules of carriers, they vary significantly, and it's not always clear for the passengers, notably also in aviation, what is now safety related and what not. And that causes partly in the, let's say, daily application of these rules, sometimes problems. So it's not completely clear for the passengers whether they can board with a certain equipment or not. And we will have to look into this, how we can improve the situation. Then the second is barrier-free vehicles and infrastructure. So rail is very advanced. It has comprehensive rules which apply throughout Europe. There are so-called technical specifications for the interoperability of railway systems in the European Union, and they include technical specifications for the accessibility for passengers with disabilities and reduced mobility. Then we have a directive which contains rules related to the accessibility of certain maritime passenger ships. And there is a regulation which deals with accessibility requirements for certain buses and coaches. And we are at the moment looking at the revision of the Trans-European Transport Network Guidance. You know that there is we have trans-European transport networks. That is that we have guidelines for all the networks in all the 4 transport modes. They are agreed with the member states, and they have to fulfill certain conditions to get also co-funding by the European Union. And this is at the moment revised, and in that context we look into this, into how we can make major transport hubs that they are part of the network more accessible. And the adoption of this revision is planned still before the end of the year, for the time being, for the 14th of December. And in relation to the Trans-European Transport Network, there is the so-called Connecting Europe facility, which gives funds also for projects increasing the accessibility. That are not the only funds available, but they are important in our context here. And then the next principle is free assistance. So some persons with disabilities need special arrangements and assistance to use collective transport. Carriers cannot charge an extra fee for such assistance. And in order to facilitate the transport, operator staff must know about the needs of persons with disabilities and methods how to satisfy those needs. That means it's very important that this staff is aware of these needs, and it receives and they receive also the necessary training how to assist people with disabilities best. And carriers and infrastructure operators often need time to prepare for such an assistance. That means there is a need also for the people with disabilities to pre-notify the carriers so that they can prepare in advance. On the other side, there is the pre-notification period should be reasonable, not too long, because otherwise people with disabilities cannot use collective transport spontaneously. So the legislation varies at the moment from 48 hours to 24 hours in the new rail passenger rights regulation, which will be applicable as of June 2023. In rail, it's at the moment also still 48 hours. But certainly the carriers can offer less. That is only the maximum they can take for such pre-notification requirements. Then the other aspect, the other principle is accessible information. So the passenger rights regulations oblige carriers and infrastructure managers to provide information to people with disabilities in accessible formats. And the European Accessibility Act, which is then applicable from 2025, says that automated teller machines where you can draw your money, ticketing and check-in machines, interactive self-service terminals, websites, mobile device-based services, electronic ticket providers and electronic ticketing services, and transport-related information services shall comply with the harmonized European accessibility requirements. So that has to be prepared right now. And I see that my colleague from DG Employment and specialist on disability issues in DG Employment, Mrs. Inmaculada Pereiro, she's also here and she will talk to you later. So that will be very important also in this respect. Then just a second. I stop presenting. So, yeah, and I wanted just to add, because we are talking here today on also multimodal mobility. So we will, apart from that, what I mentioned so far, there is also in the context of these how do you say, technical specifications, in 2022, there will be launched a so-called inventory of assets on rail infrastructure. That means the accessible parts of train stations should be in an inventory, and the aim is that they are identified and that existing obstacles and barriers to accessibilities can be then easier remedied. And on top of this, we also plan in 2021 still, and if all goes well, it will be adopted also on the 14th of December still, a new urban mobility framework. And in that context, it will also, this sustainable mobility planning, which is then included in this, requires member states to adopt local mobility plans. And these plans should also take into consideration different groups, including persons with disabilities. And then we have also quite a lot of horizontal multimodal mobility related actions under our strategy, which is called the Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy, which we have adopted last December. And we have there several flagships. One is making connected and automated multimodal mobility a reality. And there you find actions on real-time traffic information. Multimodal travel information services should include also the mandatory accessibility of new dynamic data sets. Very important also for people with disabilities to be informed whether, let's say, at a certain station, for example, the lifts work and everything is working as it normally should, or if there are unforeseen new barriers which they should be aware of. Then we also look at rail ticketing so that you can more seamlessly travel. That is also very important for people with disabilities. And we look into, in our flagship 7, on innovation, data and artificial intelligence for smart mobility, also into a artificial intelligence roadmap for mobility. Also there, the needs for people with disabilities play certainly a role. And we have a flagship 9, making mobility fair and just for all. In that context, based on the evaluations I have mentioned, we will review the passenger rights regulatory framework, including options for multimodal tickets, and also including repatriation and the protection of the reimbursement for tickets in case there are major disruptions, so that passengers are better protected. And we want to launch initiatives to increase the attractiveness of the transport sector. And in that context, we are doing at the moment a user study. That means that we look into the different user groups, including people with disabilities, to make transport more attractive and more user-friendly, and in the case for people with disabilities, also more accessible for those groups. So we look forward to working with all of you to improve the mobility for people with disabilities and reduce mobility. And I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to our discussion. I hand back to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kothaus. We see now how important it is to look at transport and other fields, to look at the rights of the persons with disability at the European level. So the urban transport will be presented by the General Secretary at the European Disability Forum, Anja Gunta. Madam Gunta, the floor is yours.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends from Slovenia, I'm really sorry I had the possibility to meet you in person today in Ljubljana, which is a really nice and very accessible place for people with disabilities. But still, I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to address you today on a topic of multimodal mobility for persons with disability, and especially about urban mobility. And thanks previous speaker, I don't have so much to say about situation in general, because she explained really good the way how the European Union working in a field of accessible transportation for people with disabilities. I'm here today to represent European Disability Forum, which is the biggest umbrella organization of people with disabilities in the European Union. We are Brussels-based, and we are advocating the rights of persons with disabilities. We are about 100 million persons with disabilities in the EU, and we are working very hard together with the European Commission and many other European institutions to make in reality those rights which are in a UN CRPD provided. So, when we are talking a bit more about mobility of people with disabilities, almost in all of our presentations today, we heard that word mobility. What does it mean? It means for persons the possibility to go out, to take part, to be equal. And that is the most important part of the life, to be equal. Our organization, European Disability Forum, already has worked very much in the different fields of transport modes. As you hear already, it's about air passenger rights for persons with disabilities. It's about regulation for accessibility of railway stations, and also railway transport, and regulation about passenger rights in the buses and coaches. And of course, we still have a lot to do in those fields, but it sounds quite strange that there is a field where is almost nothing done before, and that is urban public transport. And as you heard just now from a representative from the European Commission, European Commission has started, it works now in a field, but that is surprising, as urban transport is very much used by many people. If we can look in the International Organization for Public Transport, they say that every year European Union, about 60 billion passengers use public transport. It is a bus you take in the morning to go to the work. It is a metro you take to go to your appointment to the dentist. It is a tram you are using to go to the school to pick up your children. Or at least we can hope that you can use public transport if you have a disability to go to all those places and to do your everyday activities by using this transport. But there still is a gap in a policy, because normally in European Union, urban transport is much stronger belong to the local and regional level than to level of European Union. But changes will come very soon. As we just heard, urban mobility framework is revising, and there is an absolutely great chance for us to improve accessibility of the public transport in our cities, to make it more inclusive and to make it more better for persons with disabilities according to UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. It's absolutely clear that in 10 or maybe 20 or maybe in 30 years from now, accessible bus has to be quite a norm rather than kind of acceptation. And we still have a lot to do in many European cities. The aging population demands more and more accessibilities. We need low floor vehicles. We need step-free entry from the stop or station. We now need wide doors. We need appropriate places for mobility aids. We need accessible information. We need accessible ticketing. And under each of those words I'm just naming, there is a special kind of standard we should follow in order to make it really accessible. But at the moment, there are already good practice examples, which are absolutely perfectly accessible in some cities, but it's still not everywhere. So even we know that EU institutions are working to adapt urban mobility framework, we still have some ideas which maybe could be included to this framework. We have to talk about sustainable urban mobility plans. And we know that those plans already exist. And it's a kind of tool to make cities more sustainable. Those plans should be obligatory for all towns and cities, and they should include accessibility requirements. Persons with disabilities and their representative organizations should be concluded systematically, both on a local and national level, to talk about their needs and to find out about their needs. We also would like to talk about intersectional approach to urban planning. It's important to consider other barriers which persons with disabilities can approach in trying to access public transport. For example, in cities like Brussels, the fact that self-ticketing machines are not accessible for all persons with disabilities can result in a financial loss for passengers with disabilities, because it's more expensive to buy a ticket from the bus driver than a ticketing machine at the stop. So affordability of accessible public transport is also important. And about public procurement, this is partly covered by the Public Procurement Directive, that there should be clear rules for accessibility requirements of public transport, infrastructure, and ticketing machines. Currently, each city proceeds its own transport, and the requirements are not harmonized or aligned, resulting that inaccessible transport could be bought at waste of the public money. The wheels don't have to be reinvented every time. The technical solutions exist, but there is a mishmash between the specifications in a call for tenders. And so, in reality, many people with disabilities still are not able to use the public transport. And finally, I just like to remind you that there should be collaboration with persons with disabilities themselves. From EU level down to the local level, because our motto of our organization, always say nothing about us without us. And this leads us to more accessible, more inclusive society, and more accessible and more inclusive urban transport system. Thank you for the invitation, and I'll be more than happy to participate in a discussion and to answer to questions if there will be any. Thank you so much.
Hvala, gospa Gunta. Skozi vašo predstavitev.
Thank you, Ms. Gunta. In your presentation, we could realize how important urban transport is for persons with disability for their daily mobility. And now we are moving on to the last presentation in this part, accessible traveling for persons with disabilities with personal experiences, practical aspects from the user who participated in the project Multimodal Mobility. Aljosha Škapefer is the founder of the website www.pridem.si. Mr. Škaper, the floor is yours. Thank you for the floor. I wish to bid a warm welcome to all of you. First of all, let me thank the organizers for your invitation to this extremely important event. It is truly an honor for me, and on the other hand, also a huge responsibility to address all of you. I can see, looking at the list of speakers, that they come from some important political institutions, social and the ones for disabilities, so they are more knowledgeable about the legislation in this field. Yet, I, on the other hand, am a representative of the group that is being talked about today. I have participated in specific projects in accessibility. With my wife, we are working together without some big institutions behind our backs. So let me present my personal views on accessibility and on projects that made my travel easier.
Let me just present myself for those of you who don't know me. Well, I will not now provide you with my whole CV, but I would just like to point out within the context of this conference that I could divide my life, let's call them, into the before and after phase in inverted commas. In the phase before, let me tell you that I was someone who was completely unaware of topics like institutionalization, personal assistance, care, different handicaps, barriers, inclusion, and the rest. Basically, I didn't really know anyone who were using a wheelchair. And to me, this was a whole different world. But then that changed on March 23rd, 2013. I fell from heights, I broke my spine, and since then I've been using the medical equipment called a wheelchair. So I suddenly realized that the world isn't flat, that it is full of barriers and obstacles, and that I just cannot access all of those spaces and areas that I could access beforehand. But luckily, this injury, this accident, changed the way I think. It changed my mentality. It shifted my mindset. Instead of working 8 or more hours a day doing jobs that had no social impact, I decided to start working on projects related to promotion of accessibility, the awareness in the area of accessibility. And then in 2015, the website www.pridem.si was born. That's the Slovenian first and only web directory intended for people with disabilities. That's a web portal that lists different buildings that are accessible to people who use wheelchairs. Several years later, I then took advantage of all the knowledge and bad experience I had. I started developing the application Ljubljana by Wheelchair because I've experienced being on a wheelchair that it is really difficult to access certain areas. The local tourist organization Zavod Turizem Ljubljana helped me in develop this application. So I used my own information, my own experience, and I really wanted this to be available. So whenever I go to a new town, a new city, I wanted to have information available as to which areas are accessible, which locations, tourist attractions, activities are accessible to persons who use wheelchair. I wanted to know also more about the general accessibility of the city, what is happening in the area of public transport, parking areas, public toilets. Where can I, for example, have my wheelchair repaired if something breaks down or something like that? This would be my 2 personal projects, my big 2 projects. Now, I would like to describe for you who are not using wheelchairs what problems we are facing when traveling. The problem is that for us, the world is not always accessible. I will kick off with the public transportation system in Slovenia. Unfortunately, it is mostly inaccessible to us. We have heard from the ombudsman. I think he said that in 2023, train stations and all other stations should be accessible to all. I sincerely and strongly hope that this will come true. But allow me to present you with the current situation. I had experiences when, for example, I had to literally be carried on the train. And then I was riding the train sitting on the hallway because the coupe as such was too narrow for me to sit inside. Then short distance local bus transport system. It's inaccessible to us. Air transport is accessible, but it is not ideally regulated. It's a whole procedure that has to be carried out beforehand. For example, I have to call before I board a plane. I have to tell them that I'm using a wheelchair so that they too can get organized. When talking about flights in Europe, it's a problem that airplanes do not have accessible toilets for us. And also here, a procedure has to be carried out. So at least 48 hours before starting a journey, I have to call a specific person, tell them where exactly I would like to go and that I'm using a wheelchair. And it can happen, of course, that the desired itinerary is not accessible. Then taxi rides. Only a handful of taxis are adapted to us so that they have a ramp or that there is a van with a ramp upon which the wheelchair can be rolled onto the van. Okay, so if after all of these difficulties and obstacles, you in fact make it to your final destination, you start facing problems in accommodation. I have had, let's call them, several interesting, peculiar experiences. Owners of hotels or apartments claim that these buildings are accessible, but then it's turned out that if I have to use an elevator, I would first have to climb several steps to access the elevator. Then bathrooms within rooms were not accessible. Of course, you can book a room in a Sheraton hotel, for example, but the question is, can everybody afford a room in a Sheraton hotel? So if you make it to your final destination and if your accommodation is accessible so that you can come in and out of your room or apartment without any assistance, if it is affordable, the next problem you face is the general accessibility within the city. Because it's no use of having a hotel that is accessible if you cannot reach the hotel by yourself. So general accessibility, meaning pavements, access to restaurants and bars, access to transport system in the city you are holidaying, then tourist attractions and activities, not to mention all the side glances and stereotypes by other people, but that's a whole different topic. But all of this has a common denominator, that is information. More specifically, verified, credible information. So, before I go on holiday, I have to spend hours and hours to make all the necessary phone calls, to read everything, to verify things, to read forums and blogs, and I have to call the owners of these accommodations. I have to perhaps enter into contact with local people and inquire, and then in the end, when I get there, I see that, for example, everything is not as it should be. So it's very important for us to have all of the information gathered at one place. And this information has to be relevant, credible, because this also saves us a lot of effort and time and money. I have mentioned the two projects that I'm personally engaged in, and then the projects of multimodal mobility. These projects are very, very important for us. Mr. Renner has already talked about the multimodal mobility project. I would like to perhaps stress that I do have the privilege of being one of the individuals who are gathering these data and information. It is urgent that this information is gathered by somebody who is using a wheelchair, because people who are not using a wheelchair are not even aware, for example, that I cannot just jump over an obstacle like they can. But on the other hand, I'm also the user of this information. Therefore, I do welcome the fact that this information is being gathered and stored in one place, because this information can be helpful to everybody living in a specific municipality, to visitors of this municipality, because we can all check which pathways are accessible. We can check how we can get from, the administrative unit to the train station. Then I can verify which buildings are accessible for me. Are there any adapted, modified toilets and parking areas if I arrive with a car? Are parking spaces labeled or not? What I would also like to highlight is that it's really important that we are gathering data for the entire Slovenia. I think that at this moment in time, 43 municipalities are included in this project, but in Slovenia we have over 200 municipalities. So it's really important that they all join in this project. Then we have to have a common methodology in gathering data so that we have the same sets of data for every municipality. And perhaps a few words about integration. Integration, like Mr. Bizek said, is very important, that we have to use their data as well. Because if a building is, for example, accessible from the outside, but as soon as you enter it, you stumble upon a staircase, then that's not much use. So the integration of all relevant data is very important. At this conference, we are talking about how to empower us. I have already talked about the gathering of information. The way they are compiled is very important. But it's not just about the compilation of data and information. It's really important that these data and information serve as a tool to introduce changes, starting with the public transport system. Ms. Gunta also mentioned, for example, the bus network. It has to be accessible, just like all other modes of public transport. Then buildings. When I was working on the field, checking individual buildings, I noticed that most could be made accessible because the obstacle within a specific building is, for example, a staircase, not a long staircase, but 1 or 2 stairs. Or we could equip these buildings with a ramp. And like Ombudsman said, and I can confirm that some buildings, such as courts or public administration buildings or municipal buildings, are not accessible, and this should have been resolved yesterday already. There are several barriers and obstacles present all over the cities, for example, pavements, then holes in roads. This could be done away if we, for example, lowered the level of pavements, or if we repair the roads so that they don't have holes. Let me conclude with a wish. I hope it's not a utopian wish. I do hope that I will witness during my lifetime a moment when all these projects will no longer be needed. I have noticed that there are examples of good practice. So it's not like everything is bad. No, many things can be changed, improved. We have to be active as a community. We have to not only talk about, but we have to, move from talking into concrete action. So from words to deeds. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schaffer. We have hereby concluded the part of this session related to presentations. Now let's move on to the Q&A. So a question for all panelists: where can we improve the existing models and projects? How can we come up with systemic solutions and include them into the legislation? I suggest Mr. Renner to take the floor first.
Yes, mislim.
Well, I think that the solution lies in cooperation, in establishing connectivity between projects. For example, like I already mentioned before, and like Alyosha just said, from the point of view of the user, that whenever we exit our homes, we already have to cross several rooms. If just one of the rooms is inaccessible, our journey stops there. If, for example, the elevator is not working at the train station, if the pavement is too narrow, that is an obstacle, it's a barrier. So we have to make sure that all information is available. We have to see the whole picture, and the integration is very important. I think we can address individual aspects pretty well. And of course, awareness raising within the society. Because different persons are moving within the same environment, area, space. That would be my reply. Thank you very much. Dr. Bizek?
Yeah.
Well, Like the previous speaker said, it's of key importance that we integrate information. Another relevant aspect that I would like to stress is that we are often facing problems because we are not assessing these obstacles in a standardized way. We don't have standards available upon which we could judge whether something is a barrier or not. For example, if a ramp has an inclination of X%, is that an obstacle or not? And within the CRP project, working together with the ministry, we came up with some sort of an accessibility standard that will be presented most likely in the next year, also to all of those who are analyzing the accessibility. What we try to achieve with this standard is that whenever there is a symbol on a web page about a specific level of accessibility, then this symbol, this logo, also informs us of the specific obstacles that are to be encountered there. What we would like to achieve by approaching this issue in such a manner is that everybody could be assessing the accessibility and then using these logotypes, these models. And like all speakers said, we have to integrate information so that whenever a visitor or a user is searching for information about accessibility to a specific building, he or she has to have access to all information, meaning that this person can plan the journey from their home up to the final destination and have all information available.
Hvala.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kothaus.
Thank you very much. I have to say I didn't see any, so regarding the urban public transport, I just would like to add, as Mrs. Gunta has also underlined, it's a very important aspect. But we have to keep in mind that for the EU level, because of the subsidiarity, it's mainly the local level who is responsible. And what we try to do from our perspective is to give it a coherent framework in which good practices can be exchanged, that we have this sustainable urban mobility planning as a proposed framework, which gives some orientation, and we are certainly also aware of this enormous importance for people with disabilities to use public transport, and which enables them to participate in life and in all aspects of life. So we really hope that we can do a step forward also then later on in the follow-up of this urban mobility package, which we will adopt now mid of December. And are also very interested in hearing these practical examples, as just Dr. Bisiak has explained, this development of accessibility standards and also these logos for specific obstacles. These are certainly very interesting elements of moving forward to a more accessible transport system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gospa Gunta.
Thank you, Ms. Gunta.
Yes, thank you so much. And I would like to say the first and most important word is awareness, because if everybody in society, if those who are architects and those who are builders, to understand what does it mean accessibility and for what for the accessibility is, and that there are people who can't move around without accessibility, then our world will be much, much more accessible. Because the first one is understanding And only after understanding there is coming planning and everything like that. That is the first, and because I'm a wheelchair user myself, so I also know how important is information and how terrible it is to try to go to different cities and different places without even feeling, are you be able to go inside there or not? So even many places are accessible. There is no information that they are accessible. And the last and very, very important is to include experts from the disability movement, not individuals, because individuals know only their own needs, but those people who are experts and know needs of people with disabilities in general. And then we'll get really accessible environment and really accessible transport. Thank you.
Thank you. Gospa Gunta.
Thank you very much. Madam Gunta, Mr. Škaper. I don't know if I can add much to this or add to what I have already said in my speech. I agree with Ms. Gunta. Awareness raising is extremely important. Information is important. So information has to be gathered at one spot. Like I mentioned before, when we are talking about private buildings, the obstacle can be just one step, one single step, not a whole staircase. And owners of these private buildings can be made aware of that and solutions can be found. When it comes to systemic legislative solutions, I'm not the person you should be talking to. That would be all. Thank you.
Gospod Škafer, imamo še.
Mr. Škaper, we have an additional question for you. In Mr. Rehner's presentation, we saw that more than 40 municipalities, in which about 1 million citizens of Slovenia live, are included. What was this cooperation with municipality like? Were the municipalities willing to adapt the infrastructure to the needs of persons with disabilities? I don't know, perhaps this question should be addressed to Mr. Rehner because he's more informed on that. He's the one who is discussing this issue with the municipality as the representative of the Geodetic Institute of Slovenia. I do notice that municipalities are now more open to our concerns and requests, and many more municipalities are now entering this project in the last year, many more municipalities than at the start of the project. So I do hope many more municipalities join us. So more or less, I can say that we have good relationships and that everybody is aware of this issue and everybody wants to cooperate. Does Mr. Rehner agree with me? Thank you. Well, we address this question to you because at local level, we are handing out the award, a municipality that is friendly towards persons with disabilities. Mr. Rehner, would you like to reply?
Hello, yes.
Can you hear me okay? Well, at the very outset, we had to animate a bit the municipalities, encourage them to participate. At the beginning, they had shown less enthusiasm to become part of this project, but now we are receiving more requests than we have spots available in this project. So we plan on including in next year additional municipalities into this project. Then when it comes to the progress made at the level of municipalities, there are differences. But in the last couple of years, we have seen a significant improvement in providing greater accessibility. Some municipalities have not been made aware of some solutions yet. And when I was presenting these projects, I have noticed that persons with disabilities share experience among themselves. And another important issue, we have 750 thematic paths in Slovenia. meaning that some work ends at the border of the municipality, unfortunately. So every municipality is right now equipped with the same array and type of information. That's relevant because persons with disabilities can access the same set of data regardless of where they are. It's very important that persons with disabilities share experience among themselves and with municipalities. And municipalities, some of them are already introducing different solutions. For example, Kočevje municipality, this one is already well advanced. Other municipalities are just at the start of this process, are still learning. But it is extremely, extremely important for them to adapt the environment. And I think that they are willing to do so. So awareness raising is important, information is important, exchange of experience is important, because based on all that, every municipality can adapt its environment. Just one additional comment. When we catalog all of this information, when we compile the information, it is very important for the municipalities to come up with 5 or 10-year plans as to how these barriers and obstacles will be done away with. Because if municipalities have such a plan, then persons with disabilities also have a leverage with which they can then pressure the municipalities to do something. And it's important that we have the standards as well. That would be all from me. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Riner. And the final question for Ms. Kothaus and Ms. Gunta. Could you perhaps recommend to member states how they should approach the issue of providing assistance in the transport sector? We do know that this requires additional financial means because there are many persons with disabilities who would need such assistance. Ms. Kothaus?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. I mean, the passenger rights regulations address this already. And what we try to do from our level is also to look whether this is indeed enforced. And for each of the 4 transport modes, we have national enforcement bodies. Also, depending on the member state, also specific ones for persons with disabilities and reduced mobility. And they have to look whether the member state, and from the member state's perspective, whether the carriers really follow up on this obligation to give assistance to persons with mobility in the legal framework which is provided for, and also to as Mr. Scarpa has said, to inform them and to raise their awareness that this assistance is also available. And as I said, we will also look now into aviation, into ship and bus regulations, whether this can be also enhanced. What we do from a European level, that we have a digital passenger rights campaign where we also try to raise awareness via social media on the passenger rights, especially also for, as among others, also for people with disabilities, that they are more aware of their rights when they plan their traveling. And there is indeed this need to pre-notify, but nevertheless, the carriers, even if you could not pre-notify, should make all efforts to help you nevertheless. So I can only invite you to get in touch with your national enforcement bodies, to if you see any deficiencies, and also to us if you see there are systematic problems in that regard. So I'm happy to stay in touch with you and to keep exchanges with you. In my unit, it's Mr. Andras Mogioro, who deals across the board with people with disabilities. And yeah, so I'm looking forward to follow up on this very interesting and important conference with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kothaus. Ms. Gunther, would you like to add something, perhaps?
Yes, thank you so much. I'd just like to add that we are happy to live in the European Union, where assistance is provided in many means of transport, and that is important for me and for many people with disabilities. But we still need to work more about this pre-notification time, because it's always so difficult to organize, especially traveling by buses or trains, 22 hours before, even if your life is going faster than the train, so you need to plan everything. And of course, the way of pre-notification sometimes is quite difficult, as Alyosha said already. You should find the way where to call, how to do it, how to inform, and so on. But still, we have assistance, and that's great. But we have different ways how to make it even better, and we have a possibility to work together to make it better for everybody, and to make our mobility higher than it's now. Thank you.
Hvala, gospa.
Thank you very much, Madam Gunta. We are hereby concluding the first panel, and I'm giving the floor back to the official co-moderator. Thank you very much, Ms. Steinig. Dear participants, during the morning session, we have discussed issues and concluded the morning part, but we will continue with the conference in the afternoon because many important topics still await us. We need a little bit of a break to gather our strengths. We will continue at 1:20, and until then, you're invited to have lunch. Thank you and bon appétit.
Ljubljana is the capital of Slovenia and its cultural, educational, economical, political, and administrative center. As a green, clean, friendly, and safe city, Ljubljana strives to be a welcoming city for its citizens and visitors. In the last decade, we've successfully changed the heartbeat of the city. We've totally renovated the city center and created an eco-zone closed for motor vehicles. We've improved public transport and increased all other forms of accessibility in the city. In 2007, we closed the city center to all motorized traffic and arranged free and eco-friendly transport using the Cavalier electric vehicles. The eco-zone has been enlarged every year. It currently covers 98,000 square meters. Since 2012, the Tactile Ground System Plan for visually impaired people in the city center has been produced and is gradually being implemented. A wide circular tactile path will connect Chopova Street, the Breg Riverbank, and Cankarevo Nabrežje in the city center. The city center features unrestricted access to the streets. Accessibility in the non-pedestrian areas is assured by the dropped curbs and ramps. Butcher's Bridge, which was constructed in 2010 with its jetty, lift, and accessible toilets that can be opened with a Euro key, features wheelchair access to the boats. Many other bridges over the river Ljubljanica were also constructed or renovated. The city of Ljubljana's renovation of the banks and bridges of the Ljubljanica project won the European Prize for Public Urban Space in 2012. The city's most visited tourist site is the famous Ljubljana Castle, which stands on a hill overlooking the old city center. The castle can be reached via the funicular railway that has operated since 2006 or by using the tourist train with a ramp for wheelchair access. The castle is part of the city's rich historical legacy and is therefore important for residents and visitors alike. In the castle courtyard, there's a tactile model of the castle with descriptions in Braille. Equal access and quality of life in the city is also achieved by providing accessible education and employment options for people with disabilities. Druga Violina, second violin, is a restaurant that provides employment for people with intellectual impairments. The city bus transport comprises over 200 modern buses. Many bus stops in the city center are equipped with signs in Braille and arrival information displays. A demand-responsive transport service for people with disabilities has been available since 2012. Most of the buses are low-floor buses. Many of them have audio and video stop announcements and removable ramps, assuring wheelchair and baby carriage access. Some public buildings, like the Stojica Sports Center and the City Hall, are accessible with the help of a system for the hearing impaired. Audio induction loops at some of Ljubljana Pharmacy's duty chemists enables easy access to the pharmacy services. Developing and implementing quality and accessible public services is one of the city's main focuses. Many of the programs and services are intended especially for the elderly. The city provides, free of charge, IT training for older residents, empowering them to start using new technologies and communications. Sports and recreational facilities, both indoor and outdoor, are also accessible for all residents. By constantly implementing user-friendly solutions and efficient services, we are assuring a friendly environment and high living standards. We believe in the importance of dialogue and therefore seek mutual solutions, including people with disabilities and the elderly, in policymaking. By recognizing the needs and wishes of our residents, we are constantly increasing and upgrading the quality of life in the city, and we are committed to continuing to do so in the future.
The European Commission proposed the creation of a unified European disability card that will enable people with disabilities to be easily identified in the EU member states, so that they can receive the same benefits and reductions under the conditions offered to the people with disabilities of that country. We are building a European network of socially responsible organizations that want to contribute to the betterment of the position of disabled people in society. Since we are aware that the equality of disabled people's lives depends in part on our actions, we want to offer the same opportunities to people with disabilities so that they can be integrated into society and explore countries across Europe. There are 80 million people with disabilities in Europe, which amounts to 16% of the entire population. People with disabilities account for a sixth of the entire labor force in the EU. Every fourth European has a family member with disabilities. Slovenia does not vary significantly from the European average, as about 170,000 people live with disabilities. The European Disability Card will enable people with disabilities to be processed in a more unified way and give them specific benefits when traveling to other EU countries, especially in the area of traffic, tourism, culture, sport and leisure. Slovenia has bound itself to implementing the project activities. In collaboration with the University Rehabilitation Institute of the Republic of Slovenia, we researched the estimated accessibility to products and services for people with disabilities. The European Disability Card was introduced to the national legislation, where the recipient base of people with different impediments will also be defined. The project promoter is the Ministry of Labour, Family, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities. They collaborated with the Ministry of Public Administration to design the process for issuing disability cards. Disabled people will be able to order the cards through 58 administrative units that are dispersed throughout the country, so they will access them easily and receive the issued card in the mail. At the beginning of the project, around 170,000 cards will be ready to be imprinted with an individual's necessary personal information and certificate of disability of physical impediment. The project's partner is the National Council of Disabled People's Organization of Slovenia. In collaboration with Beletrina Academic Press, they prepared the initial selection of the benefit providers for people with disabilities. The benefit providers are geographically dispersed around the country, and the benefits cover all the predicted activity areas: traffic, tourism, culture, sport, and other leisure activities. The website and mobile app have been designed based on standards of information accessibility for disabled people, which creates equal access to information and simplified use. The European Disability Card will have a positive effect on including people with disabilities into society, because it will enable them more benefits on trips at home and abroad. At the same time, the project activities will raise awareness in society about people with disabilities, their capabilities, needs, wishes, and way of life. European Disability Card connects people with different abilities. The project is funded by European Union.
Evropska kartica ugodnosti za invalide. Evropska komisija je predlagala pripravo enotne evropske kartice ugodnosti za invalide, ki bo omogočala preprosto identifikacijo invalidov, obiskovalcem v tujih državah pa enake ugodnosti in popuste, kot so na voljo invalidom, ki v teh državah živijo. V projekt so vključene naslednje države: Ciper, Malta, Belgija, Estonija, Finska, Italija, Romunija, Slovenija. Gradimo evropsko mrežo družbeno odgovornih organizacij, ki želijo prispevati k boljšemu položaju invalidov v družbi. Ker se zavedamo, da je enakopravnost življenja invalidov odvisna tudi od naših dejanj, želimo invalidom nuditi različne možnosti in priložnosti za lažje vključevanje v družbo in raziskovanje držav širom Evrope. V Evropski uniji je 80 milijonov invalidnih oseb, kar predstavlja 16% celotnega prebivalstva. Invalidi predstavljajo šestino celotnega delovno sposobnega prebivalstva Evropske unije. Vsak četrti Evropejec ima družinskega člana, ki je invalid. Slovenija od evropskega povprečja ne odstopa bistveno, saj z invalidnostjo živi okoli 170 tisoč oseb. Evropska kartica ugodnosti bo invalidom omogočila enotnejšo obravnavo in specifične ugodnosti pri potovanju v druge države Evropske unije, še posebej kar se tiče dostopnosti prometa, turizma, kulture, športa in prostega časa. Slovenija je zavezujoče pristopila k izpolnjevanju projektnih aktivnosti. V sodelovanju z Univerzitetnim rehabilitacijskim inštitutom Republike Slovenije je bila pripravljena tudi raziskava dostopnosti proizvodov in storitev invalidom. Kartica ugodnosti za invalide je bila uvedena v nacionalno zakonodajo, kjer bo definirana tudi baza upravičencev z različnimi oviranostmi. Nosilec projekta je Ministrstvo za delo, družino, socialne zadeve in enake možnosti. V sodelovanju z Ministrstvom za javno upravo so pripravili postopek za izdajo invalidskih kartic. Invalidi bodo kartice lahko naročili prek 58 upravnih enot, ki so razpršene po vsej državi, zato bodo do njih lažje dostopali in izdelano kartico prejeli na dom. Na začetku projekta bo za izdajo pripravljenih okoli 170 tisoč kartic, v katere se bodo vnašali potrebni osebni podatki invalida in potrdilo o invalidnosti oziroma telesni okvari. Partner projekta je Nacionalni svet invalidskih organizacij Slovenije. V sodelovanju z Beletrino, Zavodom za založniško dejavnost, so pripravili začetni nabor ponudnikov ugodnosti za invalide. Ponudniki ugodnosti so geografsko razpršeni po vsej državi. Ugodnosti pa pokrivajo vsa predvidena področja dejavnosti: promet, turizem, kulturo, šport in druge prostočasne dejavnosti. Spletna stran in mobilna aplikacija sta izdelani na podlagi standardov dostopnosti informacij invalidom in omogočajo enakopraven dostop do informacij in preprosto uporabo. Učinek Evropske kartice ugodnosti bo lažje vključevanje invalidov v družbo, saj jim bo kartica omogočala večje ugodnosti na potovanjih tako doma kot v tujini. Obenem bodo projektne aktivnosti ozaveščale in seznanjale družbo o invalidih, o njihovih zmožnostih, potrebah, željah in načinu življenja. Evropska kartica ugodnosti za invalide povezuje ljudi z različnimi potrebami. Projekt je finančno podprt s sredstvi Evropske unije. Informacije o Evropski kartici ugodnosti za invalide bodo na voljo tudi na spletni strani http://poševnica www.invalidska-kartica.si. Beletrina, Zavod za založniško dejavnost, se bo potrudila, da bo spletna stran dostopna vsem uporabnikom z različnimi oviranostmi, v skladu z evropskim standardom in standardom VECAG, ter direktivo Evropskega parlamenta in sveta o dostopnosti spletnih strani in mobilnih aplikacij organov javnega sektorja. Hvala za vašo pozornost.
Ponovno lepo pozdravljeni na nadaljevanju.
Welcome back to the continuation of today's conference. Following the excellent presentations in the first part of our conference and after the break, I believe that we are all very much ready to start with the second plenary part. The topic to be discussed now is the presentation of experience with the implementation of the European Disability Card in various EU member states that have already started to participate in this project. The EU Disability Card is intended for benefits and discounts that various providers are offering to persons with disabilities on the markets. The objective of this project is broader, namely to enable persons with disability a positive treatment and to encourage them to travel to other EU member states. Particularly, it also wants to address the mobility accessibility issues and accessibility to tourism, culture, and leisure activities. The purpose of this card is to contribute to the implementation of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. A successful implementation of this project can encourage persons with disability to become better involved in the society. In addition to that, a continued implementation of the project also has beneficial impacts on the provider side, because information on the project, as well as the invitation to participate, will encourage them to think whether their products and services are accessible for persons with disabilities, how they can bring their services and offer closer to persons with disabilities, and similar. The moderator in this part will be Mrs. Inmaculada Plasencia Porero, Senior Expert from the Disability and Inclusion Unit at the DG EMPL of the European Commission. Mrs. Porero, you can now take the floor.
Can you hear me? Good morning to, good afternoon, sorry, to everybody. It is really an honor for me to be here today and moderate this very interesting session. As you have heard probably this morning, the card is one of our key initiatives from the previous and the current disability strategy. You heard our Commissioner Dalli this morning referring to it, and also my director provided you, Katarina Ivankovic, provided you with a description of the future plans that we have. So what are we trying to do with the panel of today is to hear and to share the experiences of several of the member states that in a voluntary manner, in a pioneer manner, undertook to recognize each other's disabilities cards and recognize disability if done, evaluated or in other member states, and to open the granting of benefits in the provision of some services for persons from other member states. We're going to hear first from Slovenia, then Belgium, then we're going to hear from Malta, and we are also going to hear the views of persons with from disabilities from 2 member states. We're going to have a presentation from Belgium and also from Slovenia. The idea is to hear the government side, but also the persons with disabilities side, so that we learn from those experiences and incorporate that shared knowledge into the preparation of a wider and more ambitious initiative covering all member states and more services, as described this morning. Now, without more delay, I would like to pass the floor to the first speaker, which is Sasa Mlakar. She has really an extensive experience in the area of disability, both from the civil society side, but also from the government side. It has been really a pleasure to work with Sasa also in the preparation of the European Accessibility Act. And she has been leading this project in Slovenia. So Sasa, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Ima. Hvala tudi vsem spoštovanim.
I would also like to thank all the distinguished guests who took the time on this beautiful sunny day to participate in this high-quality conference devoted to multimodality, disability accessibility, and EU disability card. And of course, we will also be talking about the disability strategy. These issues are all intertwined. For that reason, I would perhaps first like to look back on the history which brought us to the situation where Slovenia joined this project of the EU disability card. Based on this European disability strategy for the period 2010 to 2020, the Academic Network of European Disability Experts, ANED, prepared a study in 2011 with the title Disability Benefits and Entitlements in European Countries. Based on this study and based on the proposal from the European Disability Forum and European non-governmental organizations that currently represent around 87 million Europeans, the European Commission proposed to establish an EU-wide disability card. We corrected the title a bit in Slovenian because it makes it easier to understand for our users. In 2012, the Disability High-Level Group prepared the first task force, or set up the first task force, and invited all EU member states to join this project and to start with the preparation and the analysis of this card. Slovenia responded immediately. We had the first meeting already at the end of 2012, and the task force analyzed all specters needed for the preparation of the card, which means that back then there were 13 member states who participated in this task force, and each of them carried out an overview of benefits in their own individual member states that were provided at the moment to persons with disabilities. They also provided an overview of persons with disabilities who could be covered by this card. So the first step to be done was to have an overview so that we could understand whether it makes sense to take this card forward. Well, this indeed was confirmed. On that basis, we published a tender, or a tender was published, and we participated there as well. Before that, Slovenia did not have its own disability card. For that reason, we were even more glad to begin implementing this project. As I've mentioned, late 2012, Slovenia started to participate in this task force, which was tasked to prepare the EU disability card. So the reasons for that were also that we haven't had our own national disability card, and with that reason we approached the project with all our expertise and resources. We were among the first member states who participated or who ratified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and the protocol. And on this basis, we drafted an Equalization of Opportunities for Persons with Disabilities Act. This is very important because this also includes now the National Disability Card. We also prepared our action plan for persons with disabilities for the period from 2014 to 2021, which also sets out that we intend to issue the EU disability card and that we intend to develop it further. We have now the new EU strategy from 2020 to 2030, and our action program has now also been extended by 2030, and it also aims to develop the disability card further, as is also aimed by the strategy itself. I would also like to mention that approximately 13% of the Slovenian population are persons with disabilities. So we wanted to include as many of them as possible in this project. So these are persons with disabilities who would be beneficiaries of the EU disability card, and they are either persons with long-term physical, mental, and sensory impairments, intellectual disabilities, deaf and hard of hearing persons, visually impaired persons, blind persons, and persons with the so-called reduced mobility. The value of the project was estimated at €500,000, which means that Slovenia really prepared thoroughly for this project. And it could do so because it was able to participate in these activities from the very beginning. I would also like to mention that we are grateful to Mr. Yanis Vakutanis, who mentioned this in his speech. This is not only something that we take as a praise, but also as a commitment to continue working well so that we can deliver. The authority responsible for the implementation of this project was and still is the Ministry of Labour, Family, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities of the Republic of Slovenia. The ministry participated also the National Council of Disabled People's Organizations of Slovenia to participate in the project. We also entered into contact with the Ministry of Public Administration and cooperated with this ministry very actively, because this is the ministry that is in charge of the administrative units in Slovenia. The Ministry of Labour was tasked to prepare the software support, the database of the eligible persons of the EU Disability Act, and this card was then issued by individual administrative units. For that reason, the software needed to be integrated into their own IT system, whereas the National Council of Disabled Persons Organizations of Slovenia set up a website and an application for smartphones. This website then lists all the benefits available for persons with disabilities. These websites that they have set up are also friendly to the visually impaired persons. On the cover side, this disability card has the same shape and form as was recommended by the European Commission. And the other side of this card, as you can see from this slide, is different in design. It carries the Slovenian coat of arms and also some of the Slovenian anthem and parts of the Slovenian language. As was agreed and recommended, the EU Disability Card for persons with disabilities included the areas of transport, culture, tourism, sports and leisure. Slovenia enacted its EU Disability Card also in the Equalization of Opportunities for Persons with Disabilities Act, as I have already mentioned, and we also drafted the rules on the EU Disability Card. The Act also states who the beneficiaries are and who can get the card according to the Slovenian legislation. It also provides for its funding. As I've already mentioned, a database and software support was created for beneficiaries, and this was incorporated into 58 administrative unit IT systems. These administrative units fall under the responsibility of the Ministry of Public Administration. We printed 170,000 cards, but they were only personalized after the beneficiary applied for the card. The card is valid for 10 years, and after that it needs to be extended. If somebody should lose the card, they can always apply for another one, and the previous one is cancelled. The Equalization Act also sets out how the application form is to be filled in and how the card can be obtained and what official evidence a person with disability needs to get the card. We deliberately chose the administrative units to issue this card because they are easiest to approach for persons with disabilities. They cover the entire territory of Slovenia, and therefore they are most accessible for Slovene persons with disabilities. After they are informed that they were granted the card, this card is sent to them on at their personal address. I have mentioned that we also have the database for the smartphone application. So benefits can use this application to see what the current benefits offered are. During the project, several awareness-raising activities were carried out to sensitize the broader public. In order to promote the card among the general public, we prepared promotional material and we distributed it on stands with the help of persons with disabilities in 6 major Slovene cities in Ljubljana, Kranj, Maribor, Koper, Murska Sobota and Novo Mesto. Many press releases were published and supported for free by various media outlets. In addition, there were many smaller activities that were implemented. For example, we presented this card at various press conferences, and we also made individual presentations at disability organizations, and we presented this card among their members. We also published this project on our own websites. Of course, there were also some issues when we were implementing this project. These issues particularly revolved around the design of the card, but our objective was to implement this project and to meet our obligation that we promised to persons with disabilities. The biggest issue was really to equip the card with Braille script. For that, we needed quite some time, and we also needed to find the right provider. This is something that also other member states needed to tackle. It was also an issue to them, because the Braille script, whenever the card was personalized, it melted. So after trying to find the right provider for quite some time, we then managed really to find one who could print and issue the card in the right manner. So we wanted to meet our promise to persons with disabilities. We wanted to improve their travel conditions when traveling through EU member states. This initial project was a success because we worked hand in hand with disability organizations. We started issuing this card in July 2017, as was planned. The ministry regulated the card in a legislative way, and we also provided for its financing. And the National Council of Disability Organizations did its best to gather providers of benefits, and slowly but surely our persons with disabilities were more and more aware of the card and the benefits it brings. Of course, the ministry did not stop here. In some cases, we actually moved faster than was envisaged in the disability strategy, the EU disability strategy. So we already envisaged the further development of the card. After the initial pilot project, which was successfully concluded in July 2017, Slovenia decided to upgrade this initial project and to finance it from the state budget and also from the EU budget. The total value of the project is close to 400,000 euro. This project carries the title of Improving the Accessibility of Goods and Services for Persons with Disabilities with the EU Disability Card, and the project is implemented in collaboration with the National Council of Disabled Organizations of Slovenia and in partnership with the Urban Planning Institute of the Republic of Slovenia. It addresses the needs that were identified during the initial project. The activities promote active and equal inclusion of persons with disabilities in the society by verification of physical and digital accessibility of service providers and by the awareness-raising campaign. We want to achieve with this project a properly accessible website and mobile application at the programming, design and content level. We also wish to increase the number of service providers and card holders. We also wish to carry out an expert analysis of the physical accessibility of 120 service providers. This is to be done by the Urban Planning Institute. We also want to survey the existing providers and card holders. We want to upgrade the website and mobile application, analyze the physical accessibility of service providers, organize seminars for service providers and card holders, and we also wish to inform the general public, media, persons with disabilities and service providers at national, regional and local levels. So, this project is to be concluded in December 2022, so we envisage that at least 750 providers will be included, and we also want to increase the number of card holders. We also want to achieve greater accessibility of the built and outside environment, and also constant awareness raising of all stakeholders. May I emphasize in the conclusion that we firmly believe that this disability card is something really good for persons with disabilities. It will allow them to be better incorporated and included in the society, and not only in the national society, but in the EU as large. It will also allow for the travel of persons with disabilities, and through that also for their own personal growth and development. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sasa, for this very interesting presentation and to show the initiatives that Slovenia took in order to make this card a reality in a very practical way. So now we will have, by the way, some times for questions after all the speakers have made the presentations. Those questions should be transmitted through the chat. So I ask you to start thinking about those questions. I really encourage you to start putting those questions in the chat. I will remind you from time to time about this. So now we are passing to the next experience on implementing the card in Europe. And this is going to be presented by Joachim Lommelen. He will present the experience of Belgium. He's a policy advisor at the Federal Public Service of the Social Security in Belgium. He has extensive experience in the implementation and coordination of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and in Belgium, and coordinating the different levels from the federal administration where he works. And it's been really his administration that has had a leading role also on the practical setting up and operationalization of the disability card in Belgium. So Joachim, please, you have the floor. Go ahead and share with us your experiences.
Thank you, Ima. Let me quickly share my presentation first. Okay, that seems to work. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to share the Belgian experience with the disability card here today in this very interesting conference and also very interesting panel. In my presentation, I will quickly go over some basic facts and figures. Following this, I will situate our implementation of the European Disability Card within the specificities of our national context before sharing a number of insights that followed out of our national experience with the cards. So to start with that first element, Belgium launched the European Disability Card in October 2017 in the presence of then Commissioner Marianne Thijssen. And since then, we issued over 116,000 cards on a population of about 11.5 million people. We also have over 525 registered partner organizations that accept the European Disability Cards. This last number is in a sense an understatement, as there is no obligation to register as a service provider or partner organization So nothing prevents other organizations from accepting the card. Within Belgium, the card aims to promote access to culture, sports, and leisure for persons with disabilities. So at present, we have not included transport within the main scope of the European Disability Card. So, as promised, a few words on the national context. As you might know, Belgium is a federal state, which means that there were some additional complications in introducing this card for us. Culture and sports are competences of the communities, whereas disability is shared competence between both the federal level, the regions, and the communities. As such, we needed a joint approach to implement the European Disability Card, respecting the different competences of the different entities. Our approach thus was to introduce a card that can be issued by multiple institutions. The card is issued on the request of a person with a disability who is recognized by one of the 5 agencies responsible for integration policies, both on the federal level and on the regional level. The European Disability Card in Belgium has not created new legal rights for persons with disabilities. There is also no separate law or act that confers special rights connected to the cards. Rather, it is a proof that the holder has an existing recognition as a person with a disability by one of these 5 disability agencies. So, yeah, as said, the different axes that we're trying to promote. In practice, this meant that our project for the implementation of the European Disability Card had 3 main deliverables. Establish a public and shared card management system with all these different organizations, creating an awareness campaign for service providers, and of course, an information campaign for the users. And you can see on the slide here, the website, a link is also in my slides at the end to the central website with all the information on the cards, both for service providers and for the users. Now, let us look at the number of lessons learned. First of all, nothing about us without us. It is a phrase we all know, and with good reason. Not only is it a matter of basic decency to involve persons with disabilities in policies that impact them, not only is it a commitment we all made when ratifying the UN CRPD, it is also the basis for good policymaking and innovative ideas. The European Disability Card, I believe, is a very good example of this, as the project would never have seen the light of day without the campaigning and the participation of the representative organizations of persons with disabilities. And I'm sure that the last 2 speakers in this panel will go in a bit more detail on that element. Secondly, cooperation. So as I said, our context could have been a complicating factor, given the large number of competent authorities. But nevertheless, by taking a pragmatic approach and focus on cooperation, we managed to overcome this and to create meaningful advantage for persons with disabilities without very complex structures, the requirement of very complex structures. And lastly, its secondary effects. One of the things we have observed is a number of secondary effects. We see that the card is not only used within the context of sports, culture, and leisure, but also more widely. Some persons with disabilities choose to use the card also in their context with service providers in other sectors and even with public services such as police or hospitals. And while it is self-evident that we should not move towards a system in which you need a card to prove you have a disability, and that it should not replace the broader sensibilization of all actors in society regarding disability and especially less visible disabilities, we see that there is sometimes a demand to have this kind of identification on a very practical level. And as such, it has helped persons with disabilities in more ways in their daily lives than we had originally planned with this project. So let me conclude with looking at the future and what is next for European disability cards. First of all, we are of course looking forward to the next steps on the EU level. It must be evident that an expansion of the card to all EU member states would be a large advantage for our own card holders. And we very much hope that member states will look favorable at an expansion, territorial expansion in the scope of the cards. And more in general, we're very much looking forward to the proposals of the European Commission for the future of the European disability cards, because as was also stressed already by the previous speaker, it is a project that has really had a positive impact for a lot of people, and it's a project that we really hope can be enlarged on all levels. Secondly, of course, we continue with the rollout and the promotion of the cards. With the end of the COVID-19 pandemic in sight, we hope that the number of cards that are issued will continue to rise. We've seen that over the last year, there were less new cards issued than before. So with more access to culture for all of us and sports and leisure, we expect to a certain degree that there will be more demand for the card as well. And then finally, as foreseen in the Federal Coalition Agreement and the new Federal Action Plan for Disability, we are looking for ways to raise awareness for the card among public services to support these secondary effects I talked about earlier. We should also not forget that European Disability Card is only one aspect in ensuring access and accessibility to leisure, sports, culture, etc. And many other actions are needed to address the barriers faced by persons with disability, in particular in regards to accessibility. And at least for what concerns the federal level, which I know a bit more closely than the details on what's happening on a regional and community level, we are looking actively at erasing the barriers that exist on our level of competence. So thank you very much. As promised, here below is the link to the Belgian website with all information on European Disability Card, and I look forward to hearing your questions.
Thank you very much, Joachim. This has been really a very illustrative presentation, also providing us with the insights of the reflections that you have undertaken together with organizations of persons with disabilities, looking forward to the continuation of the card and learning from how the card has operated during these years in Belgium. Well, now we are going to move to the next presentation, and that is the one Malta. And the presenter for the experience of the card in Malta is Rhoda Garland. She is executive director at the Commission for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Rhoda has got an extensive experience in the disability field, starting as an activist and a person with a disability, but also in several of the organizations and administrative organizations, the Parliamentary Secretariat for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and now in the Commission for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in Malta. As you probably have seen, each experience has been different in the implementation of the card, different processes, and now we really look forward for Rhoda to share with us how the card has been implemented in Malta. So Rhoda, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting us to speak about the experiences that Malta had with the EU project. I'm going to share my screen. Can you see that? Is that there?
Not yet.
Okay. Is that better?
Oh, we don't see the slides.
Okay. That's the only other thing that I can share with you.
Now we see it.
Okay, all right, thank you. The way I'm going to just briefly give you an idea of our experiences, I'm going to start with a brief introduction to Malta, and then give you some feedback about the way that we conducted the project. I'm going to look at some of the problems that we encountered, and the website that we had to develop in order to be able to publicise the EU disability card around Malta, and then tell you a few things about what has happened after the EU project phase had actually finished. So the Maltese islands, the inhabited ones include Malta, Gozo and Comino. We are the smallest country in the EU. We have a population of 475,700 people, with about 30,000 living in Gozo and the rest living in Malta. There are around 30,000 people with disability who live in Malta. We have an education system which is inclusive and has been for quite a while, although I would say probably only theoretically. There are, as always, lots of areas where you can improve inclusivity. We also have an employment quota system for the employment of disabled people, which is set at 2%. So when we joined the EU Disability Card project, the way that we decided to start it off was with a huge national conference. At that conference, we invited people from government entities, we invited disabled people themselves, NGOs and DPOs. We also invited the people who were already offering discounts to people who had a national disability card. But we also advertised it widely to other nationally, so that other people who might be interested in offering benefits to disabled people could also attend. We did this, the conference lasted for 3 hours. It was basically a huge information gathering conference. We had disabled people talking about how, which areas they would like to see given some preference for the card. They gave us even names of specific organizations that they would like to be able to get discounts with. So it was a very big consultation process. We then did consultation with the suppliers of the discount so that they would know what their requirements were, that there were other countries that were involved that they would also need to provide discounts to. And everybody seemed very, very enthusiastic about it. We then went about sending huge amounts of information to the organizations who had said that they were interested in having the card and giving discounts to disabled people. And we did that via email, and we got a huge response back. We had to check, the Commission are responsible for making sure that discrimination against disability is protected in Malta. So one of the things that we did in order to make sure that we were picking organizations, or we're accepting organizations who were the right organizations, was we went through all of our cases to make sure that we didn't have accessibility cases against them, and that we knew that the suppliers were going to be able to provide a good service to all of our clients who have all disabilities. So we wanted to make sure that the organizations who signed up really understood well that they needed to be accessible for all of our clients. The design and build of the website and database was another large part of the project. We needed a website that was accessible, and we thought that there was going to be a large uptake for this card. So we built a new website for people to apply with, and we also designed a database that would link to that website so that we could keep the statistics and be able to generate reports, as well as storing the details of all of our clients in a secure way. And the last part of the project for us was a huge publicity campaign, probably the largest one that we have ever done in Malta. And again, the emphasis was to make sure that the whole island understood what was going on, and that this was something very major, because it was pan-European, and there was a real need for disabled people to understand that this would be a great benefit to them. The problems that we encountered were accessibility issues mainly. So we had to make sure that the suppliers of the discounts understood accessibility requirements of our clients. We also had to make sure that the website that we were going to build for the EU disability card was accessible for people with any type of impairment. But our biggest problem, as with Slovenia, was the Braille. Malta is a tiny island, and when we put the tender out for a printer who would be able to print Braille, we had one printer who replied. We worked with him for 6 months with the card, a mock-up of the card, and he had terrible problems because the size of the dots were damaging his machinery, and we were really struggling to find somebody in Malta who could do it, and we actually thought we would probably have to go to mainland Europe to find a solution. But then we sat back, we spoke to some of the NGOs who represented people with visual impairments, and what we discovered was that Braille is very, very rarely used in Malta. There are some people that used it, and we wanted to make sure that the card would have Braille on it for them. So the compromise that we came up with was to have a tick box on our website page. And what that did was it allowed somebody who had a visual impairment to tick to say that they wanted a Braille card. And then we had a few cards printed that had Braille at the right height. So the dots were the right height, which we could use if somebody with a visual impairment wanted the card. And for every other disabled applicant, we printed cards that still had Braille bumps, but they weren't officially the right height. But this was the only way that we found that we could actually get large numbers of cards printed and avoid having to go to mainland Europe in order to find a printer. So this was the front page of our website. We started off with a picture of the Medina, the Valletta bastions. And this just gives you details about the organization tabs, the card tab, where you can apply for it, and it has search facilities so that you can look for categories. So that might be tourism or culture, sport, leisure, restaurants, travel, government services, and you can look for different suppliers using the search functionality. This is the page of the website that we set up for the organizations. You can see there Bird Park Malta, and we asked all of our organizations to provide us with a thumbnail logo, their address and phone number and information, and then also the type of discount that they wanted to give us. So we have pages of these organizations who all offer different discounts. Because not all buildings in Malta are able to be made accessible because of the age of the buildings. We also have a note to our EU card users to tell them that they do need to call the people first if they think that they may have accessibility issues. But most of our organizations are able to provide accessible arrangements for all of our clients. This is the part of the website where you can apply for the card. It's fairly standard. This website is able to be shown in different formats. So you can enlarge the font, you can have black on white or white on black for contrast. If you have a specific different type of visual impairment, and it's also accessible for screen readers. At the bottom of all of our pages, we have a link section where people can get quick links through to other places, and also get information about the participating countries. Because Malta is a small island, we go away a lot when we want to go abroad, and so a lot of disabled people are very interested in the number of participating countries, and it's probably still one of the most frequently asked questions is, has this country joined yet, or can I use the card here? So it's been very interesting, the reactions that we've had. Our publicity campaign, we used online advertising in our own Facebook page and using Google adverts. We had television and radio adverts and also interviews on television. We did billboards, we did bus shelter adverts. We wrapped some of our cars from CRPD, and we had our own website which advertised it extensively. Here you can see a picture of a bus shelter advert that we had. This is one of our cars in our garages that we had advertised, and these got a lot of feedback from members of the public who applied after telling us that they had seen the cars driving around. So that was a good investment. After the project, what happened was basically the feedback we got was that the Maltese disabled people absolutely loved the card. And in April 2018, after the EU part of the project had finished, we decided to replace the National Disability Card with the EU Disability Card. Currently, we process around 175 cards every week in our services team. That's renewals and new cards. That photo is a photo of our facilities, so we have a very inclusive. EU disability cards issued to date. In 2017, when we launched, we had 926 issued. Up until March of 2018, we issued a further 1,178. In April 2018, we decided to replace the national card, and it really started to take off then, because people viewed it as something that had a lot of added benefit over and above what our national disability card had. And you can see numbers went from 2,700 in the second half of 2018 up to 4,000 in 2019. Last year it dipped a little, but that I think was down to COVID. People stayed in, and also people didn't think when they issued 4,138. 16,000 in total disability cards issued represents 72% of the people who have been registered on our database. So that shows that the Maltese people, we were planning on staging our replacement of cards, so that as the national card expired, we were expecting to replace it. We were expecting it to take 10 years, because that's the amount of time that our national card was valid for. But actually, we have found that, well, 3/4 of the people have already decided to ask for an EU disability card ahead of time, ahead of when their own card is being replaced. We replace it free, and they are able to use that as a gateway to gain government services that are also provided. So overall, this project has been an incredible success in Malta. We are very, very pleased that we actually took part in it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very, very much also for this presentation, sharing with us the experience, let's say the nice element, the challenging aspect, elements, and the results of the use of the card. Now we are going to have 2 more presentations before we have time for discussions. And these 2 presentations, as I said during the introduction, bring the views of persons with disabilities, of organizations of persons with disabilities. And the first speaker that of these 2 is going to be Pierre Gijsling. He is a member of the board of the European Disability Forum. He is also a president of the Belgium Disability Forum and has an extensive experience in other organizations of persons with disabilities in Belgium. He has been leading from Belgium also, from the disability perspective, organizations perspective, the preparation of the card, the thinking of the card, and the shaping of the card. So we are really very curious to hear from Pierre what his experience has been throughout these years. Thank you. I pass the floor now to you, Pierre. Pierre, you need to press the button, the speaking button, because otherwise we cannot hear you. We don't hear you. Could you, maybe I can ask the organizers to have a look to the problem and come to us back. In the meantime, while they are doing that, I would like to once more encourage you to put your questions into the chat box. The local moderators in Ljubljana are going to look at your questions and put them forward after the 2 speeches. I don't know if the problem is solved already. Otherwise, we could pass to the next speaker while they sort out the issue of the presentation of Pierre. But Pierre, can you try again and see if it works? I will stop but you can please try again.
Do you hear me?
Now we hear you. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Ooh. I started sharing my screen, but it's now
impressive.
I can
Please,
imagine.
please continue while in the meantime the organizers will try
Yeah,
to
they
sort
can
it out.
cut off, can they? Good afternoon, Ima, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the honor to take the floor here today. The European Disability Card is a topic which is of utmost importance for persons with disabilities in Europe. First, right to free movement, but not really for everyone. The EU guarantees free movement to its citizens, but in practice, persons with disabilities cannot enjoy it on an equal basis with others. The right to free movement of all European citizens is one of the pillars of the European project. Moreover, by ratifying the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the EU and all its member states committed to integrate the notion of freedom of movement as a key element in their action. And yet, despite these texts, despite these commitments, the person with disability does not de facto have access to the goods and services on equal basis with others. The environment, as it is traditionally designed, still too often excludes persons with disabilities. Their fundamental rights are totally trampled underfoot. A means of proof for persons with disabilities is missing when they are traveling abroad. Even in the best cases, I mean, when the reasonable accommodations are available, often the person must be able to prove his or her disability, which severely restricts the independence of the person concerned. Freedom of movement and social integration are therefore an illusion for citizens with disabilities. Concretely, there is no easily recognizable document to help the person with when he or she needs to prove his or her status of disabled person. For example, a Belgian citizen with a disability does not have access to a museum in France at a reduced fee a French person with a disability can have. Many persons with disabilities reported that they use their parking card or the blue badge in order to gain access to goods or services on an equal basis. The problem is that the parking card has another purpose. When I leave mine under the windscreen of my car, I don't have it to display at the entrance of a theater, of a leisure park, or a swimming pool, etc. So persons with disabilities definitely need to have a proof of their status, as if being in a situation of disability was a status. I leave this question to your thinking. There are many examples: access to public transportation, to museum, to facilities like adapted toilets for persons with disabilities. As a result, countless persons with disabilities never visit a theater, a concert, a museum, a swimming pool, or a football game. Even more, many of them cannot share that kind of activities with their family members or friends. It is because of this, of his or her disability, that a person loses the right to develop freely and to participate in social life. For anyone who wants to be able to live like others, this is unacceptable. For all these reasons, the Commission started the European Disability Card pilot project 2015. 8 countries entered the process. What are the lessons from the pilot project? The lessons from this project were evaluated following an audit ordered by the Commission. You heard about the conclusions of this evaluation. They are positive. One of the main conclusions is that persons with disabilities who become holder of the European Disability Card are pleased with the possibilities offered to them by the card. Well, the satisfaction of the user is the most important element, isn't it? Now, the second conclusion is that persons with disabilities would like to see the use of the card extended to all member states in order to confirm their right to free movement. As they are pleased with the card, they would like to have the possibility to use it all over Europe. It makes sense, don't you think so? Again, As they are satisfied with the tool, persons with disabilities call for a broader and deeper scope of the use of the card, more services, more fields of use, and also they wish more service providers to recognize the card. By such a broadening, they would gain a better freedom of movement in Europe. Also, EDF did a consultation. In the meantime, the EDF consulted its members. This is extremely important as consultation is the key of our participatory process. The objective of this process was to have a common position of all EDF members on the future of the European Disability Card. On September 16, the EDF co-organized a video conference together with the Slovenian presidency. It was at this occasion that the EDF confirmed its point of view on the future development of the European Disability Card. And what are the expectations? So here are the expectations. The European Disability Card must be extended to all member states. The European Disability Card must be supported by a European legally binding decision. We need to have a directive or a regulation. The EDF wants the European Disability Card to have a strong impact all over Europe. The European Disability Card has to be based on the mutual recognition of the status of persons with disabilities, meaning that the recognition by a member state as a person with a disability has to imply automatic recognition by all other member states. The European Disability Card must guarantee the enjoyment of existing rights for its holder in any member state where she or he is traveling to. The European Disability Card must propose an enlarged field of use. In the near future, it must cover culture, leisure, sports, and tourism activities. In midterm, other fields of activities must be added. But first, the pump has to be activated. Transport is the missing link. Without transport, there is no access to the other aspects currently provided by the card. Without transport, there is no real free movement possible. 2021 is the European Year of the Rail and public transport as a key option for the future of mobility within Europe. Isn't it the right time to take the decision to include transportation in the European Disability Card? Last but not least, there is no time to waste. Persons with disabilities are facing too many barriers in their right to move. The European Disability Card is a key tool to build this freedom. The use of the European Disability Card must be based on the will of its holder. The principle is that the person can find out what are the facilities or services linked to the European Disability Card in the member state he or she is visiting. Knowing that, he or she can request service or support and voluntarily displays the card, confirming that he is entitled to benefit. The European Disability Card cannot be requested to be displayed for any other reason. In other words, if the person with disability wishes to assert her or his status, he or she must voluntarily decide to present the European Disability Card in such way as to benefit from assistance, facility, preferential rate, or gratuity. The EDF is pleased that the EU has included the European Disability Card in its 2021-2030 strategy. The 2033 deadline shows that the EU has realized the importance of taking action in this area. It is clear that many EDF members would like to extend this card to other areas, but the EDF wants to be ambitious and reasonable. Guaranteeing the free movement of persons with disabilities is a very important step towards the full inclusion of persons with disabilities. Up to now, there is a need for a tool such as the European Disability Card across all Europe. Now, never forget that the European Disability Card would not have been needed at all if the EU was built on a barrier-free model. So let's spread the European Disability Card to all Europe and as means to start the process of building a barrier-free Europe. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Pierre. Thank you for those encouraging words that we really support. Let's build really this card for the whole Europe. It's been reflected in the strategy, and I think your recommendations, specific recommendations for the future of the card are really very important, and we will certainly take them into account. We pass now to the last speech of this session that again is another user experience, but this time coming from Slovenia. We are going to hear from Jakob Levik, his experience as and the use of the cards. He's been, he is Secretary General of the Muscular Dystrophy Association of Slovenia. He has an extensive experience in disability organizations and the support of and development of disability policies and specific initiatives in this area. So, Ivo, the floor is yours. We look forward to hear your experience.
Najlepša hvala.
Thank you very much. A warm welcome to all who are present at this conference. Thank you also for inviting me here and giving me the opportunity to present at this truly exceptional event. Just a second, I have to fix something. Okay, my colleagues helped me. Well, if we can go to the following slide. I am one of many individuals who love to travel, who love to experience new cultures, meet new friends. I'm one of those who prefers to spend every saved euro in order to visit many wonders of nature, remarkable constructions, sports or cultural events in Slovenia and abroad. I would like to experience that in person, live, because that is quite different to having the experience of watching all of that, sitting on the couch and watching TV. That's why I believe that the topic of today's conference is really, really important, because it will, to a large extent, contribute to helping individuals to start traveling, to visit places in person for those who had not had the possibility up until now. I have to rely on a power wheelchair because I have a spinal muscular atrophy, and this wheelchair weighs 160 kilos, as do I, so it's a bit more difficult to lift me up than it is to lift up my colleague Alyosha, who has a regular wheelchair, or to put it differently, those who had to lift me up no longer want to do that. And because I am a person with disabilities, I have to rely on a personal assistant 24/7, basically. And whenever I plan my traveling, that is not only slightly, but significantly different compared to a traveling planned by somebody who does not have a disability. Planning is very important. I have to plan every single detail. That's extremely important. And like colleagues said today already, it is very, very important that we have access to precise, accurate, reliable information. And whenever I'm talking about planning a trip, I am talking about, first of all, accommodation. There is not enough accommodation available for us, or if they are, we have to pay a much higher price for it. Then transport, how to get from point A to point B. That's of key importance, of course, if you want to see something more than just the immediate environment of the accommodation. Of course, that environment is also important, but the question is whether we can access individual museums or events or special halls, so that we are not just limited to the hotel, the accommodation, and the immediate surroundings. What is also extremely important is that we have the supportive services available. All of us who have different types of disabilities are bound by having such services available. For example, our wheelchair can break down, meaning that we have to have support available. Then maybe we need medical assistance. Then we have to know specificities of different types of disabilities. And this is not something that can be acquired as easily as it might sound. And all of that, of course, brings along certain costs. In my case, and in cases of many other colleagues, it applies that we have to travel accompanied by at least one or maybe even two persons. And whether we want it or not, that is, of course, a large expense. And this is also something that significantly limits our possibilities for traveling during the year, or it limits the destinations we would like to see in a year. The year 2017 is the year that will, in Slovenia, be remembered, you've heard that probably already, by the fact that we have also adopted the EU Disability Card. This was indeed a significant progress made in Slovenia. We can visit all of the administrative units. There are, I think, 55 of them, and there we can get this card. The procedure is really simple, fast one. We just bring our photo, we submit some personal data, and the process is concluded. And then in a fairly short amount of time, we receive this card either via mail, or we can also come in person to the administrative unit and pick it up. The Slovenian card has its specificity because it includes a verse by our poet France Prešeren as well. Next slide. As we have already heard from colleagues, there is a problem in the fact that there are only 8 countries included in this project of EU Disability Card. Our closest neighboring country included in this project is Italy. Of course, we would wish several more countries joined the EU Disability Card. More about that later. Now, moving on, next slide. I think that in Slovenia, there are about 200 or 250 providers active in the area of sports, culture, leisure activities, tourism, transport. And these providers offer 5 to 1 different types of discounts, ranging from 5 to 100%. Some discounts apply to persons with disabilities, some discounts for persons accompanying us, some discounts for all. So in Arboretum, in the gyms, in sports clubs, in museums, in theaters, movie theaters, hotels, bars, restaurants, national parks, and so on and so forth, we can enjoy discounts. And the number of these areas and services and goods is on the increase. On this slide, you can also see which are the areas where we can get all of the information about our disability card. And we also have an application that can be downloaded to our mobile devices and then carried with us all the time. Next slide. In the last years, we have noticed that the number of new providers is growing more slowly. Then what is also quite problematic, I have to mention that because today I've heard some of the information in that respect that are pointing that things will start developing in a different direction, in a better direction. And since I'm an optimist, I believe that. So the biggest problem is transport, how to get from point A to point B. In Slovenia, many towns and cities are problematic when it comes to accessibility and mobility, apart from Ljubljana, perhaps. And we have difficulties traveling from one town to another, either via rail connections, bus connections. And I have heard today that in about 2 years' time, railway connections will be available for us throughout Slovenia, available and accessible, which of course thrills me. The users in Slovenia have also noticed that only 8 member states in the EU have joined the project of disability card. 19 other countries in the EU have not yet joined the disability card, and many of these 19 countries are very interesting from the tourist point of view. And if they joined us, then I'm sure that the number of providers would increase as well. Next slide. In the last 2 years, I have noticed that the major reason why the disability card has not been uptaken more in Europe is COVID. COVID has limited our travels. It limited us to the countries, towns, or even houses we live in. Consequently, the idea of going somewhere, traveling, being present at different types of events could cause in us a sense of acting irresponsibly. So I think that this time now would be the right time to spread knowledge about the existence of this card, to spread information, to raise awareness, to promote this card, so that when the moment arrives that we are again able to travel, we will have places to go to with this card. Another area where improvements could be made is in the area of service providers. Many service or goods providers still do not see us as consumers. Even though we are employed, we have an income, but many providers do not perceive us as a target group which would merit more attention and for which certain types of services or goods should be provided on the market. I think things are improving. However, I believe that we will have to do much more in that department. Perhaps we should take a little bit more aggressive stance, provide additional information, and that would then lead to a greater number of services provided for us as well. Next slide. Optimism is the one that then breeds interest in this card. The interest in using this card is growing. I have already mentioned individual areas and contents that could be included in this card. I think that additional transport possibilities between countries should be improved. These transport connections should be made more accessible to persons who have different types of disabilities, who are in a wheelchair, who have problems communicating. It is of key importance that this type of tourism or of traveling is enhanced. And persons with disabilities should also require the option of traveling by those mode of transports, because this would also help this disability card to come to life more actively. For example, we should be granted better access to railway connections, airline connections, than different types of either maritime or inland waterways connections. We have also came to the conclusion that international regulators or member states do not exert enough pressure on providers of these types of services. I don't know, I would say that perhaps regulators grant more understanding to service providers than they do to persons with disabilities. So we would really have to do much more in that department. We should enhance the entire process. Next slide, please. This is something that I call science fiction, but I would like to one day see that in person. We are not talking much about airline connections, and whenever we are talking about traveling by plane, we are not discussing how to implement individual options. This, what you see on the screen, would be something exceptional. For example, that a user could board a plane on the wheelchair and then fly sitting on the wheelchair from point A to point B, without being moved from the wheelchair to the seat, which is highly uncomfortable and cumbersome. And that's one of the main reasons why many persons with disabilities don't opt for traveling with plane, because this is a long process. And if we want to introduce changes, we have to start somewhere in order for us to, in a couple of years or decades, come to the target. So even if we don't get to live the day to experience the science fiction, maybe the next generations will. And I think that in the near future, we will have to be discussing this particular issue more frequently. Next slide, please. I would like to draw an analogy so that everything is not limited just to our science fiction wishes. Global warming. A lot is being said on the issue of global warming, but not enough is being done in this area. However, I do believe that in the past decades, we have achieved quite a lot when it comes to improving accessibility in different modes of public transport for persons with disability. This topic has become more prominent, just like global warming has. And I do hope that in both areas, we come up with more tangible, faster solutions that would be to the benefit of all of us. And this applies to the issue of global warming and the issue of transport. I think that it is mandatory, necessary, urgent for us to start acting, that we start implementing things in practice. And I believe that all of this is possible. It can be done. The EU disability card and the entire system that we have heard a lot about today are moving in the right direction. However, I also believe as a user, and my colleagues agree when we talk about that, is that things moved on more swiftly. We believe that that is possible as well. Next slide. In conclusion, I have to say that despite being slightly more critical, I am very glad that I live in Slovenia. I'm very grateful that I live here because the quality of life for persons with disabilities in Slovenia is improving. Things are getting better, are developing, and I think they are moving along in an appropriate pace, but not fast enough for us to be able to say that nothing can be improved. Therefore, I think things could be sped up, and we should, of course, invest additional efforts. And I am convinced that fairly soon we will be able to travel from Slovenia to Madrid or Helsinki by train or by bus. Perhaps we will be able to travel to London as well without having to change trains or buses. That would be my greatest wish. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much, Ivo. I think your critical approach and the sharing of your practical experience is really very useful for the future work that we are going to be doing with the card. Now, at this moment, we have time for questions. We will have time until the coffee break. And I would like to pass the floor to the local organizers, as there are questions in the chat already, so that they can really take over the chat box and put some questions to the speakers.
Gospa Porero, hvala lepa.
Thank you very much, Ms. Porero. We have 4 questions. I will read them as they arrived, and I will read them in the language raised. So if they're raised in English, we will also read them out in English, and the same goes for Slovene. So the first question is in English, and it reads:
Approach to who will receive the card. In zdaj jaz prosim
And with that, I would like to ask Ms. Plasencia Porero to try, based on her own knowledge and experience, to provide an answer to this question, or perhaps invite some of the panelists to provide their opinions to the question raised.
Okay, the question was not very well heard. Only part of the question was heard in the speaker. So could you please repeat the question?
Of course. Is there a broad approach to who will receive the card?
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to say that each member state decides in this pilot project who receives the card. The eligibility criteria are different among the member states, and they are closely related to the disability assessments that member states do. But entering in a little bit more of detail, I would like to ask our speakers if they would like to share with us either Sasa, Joachim, Rhoda, Pierre or Ivo, how is the assessment of the eligibility for the card being done in their own countries? Who would like to take the floor? Maybe we start with Sasa, that is sitting beside you, or would you like to?
Yes, I can. Thank you. I'm sorry. Well, our decision... Se upravičujem.
I beg your pardon. I started automatically speaking in English. Our decision was made on the basis of experience gathered so far, considering that our legislation provides who the persons eligible to this card are to be. We use the existing legislation to adopt these decisions. And as was already mentioned before, it was decided in advance that any member state joining the project will also decide on its own which groups of persons with disabilities will be mentioned in the legislation or who are to be mentioned in the legislation. So each member state will decide on its own which groups of persons with disabilities will be eligible to this card, because the European legislation is not uniform in this field. Every member state pursues its own approach to this question. This is all I can say.
How, maybe pass the floor to Ivo to tell us how they experience in Slovenia that eligibility process to get the card. And in that way, we can share a little bit or look to the question from two different sides.
Ja, hvala.
Thank you. Yes, well, this is a very simple and fluent process in Slovenia. As was evident from the slide, you could see how an application is lodged, what needs to be filled in on the application, and the Act then provides who persons eligible are. This question that was raised would be a better or bigger challenge for the European Union, I think, because it needs to do whatever it can to grant this status in all member states. We do trust that the great majority of all member states will join this card. And at that moment, I believe member states will start asking themselves how we can make this eligibility process and criteria more or less uniform. But I guess that in the end, it will be up to the member states to decide which groups of persons with disabilities will be eligible. And I think that there will be a consensus that will be reached between member states when we wish to travel from one state to another, so that it does not end in a state of chaos.
Can I ask Ivo or Roda to tell us how did they do this process in Belgium and in Malta very shortly, to see the differences, similarities with how it happened in Slovenia? And then I will pass the floor again to the local moderator to give us another question.
Yes, I can tell you that in Malta, when we look at eligibility, we base our eligibility criteria on the UNCRPD. So we take their definition of disability, we take it very wide. It's the eligibility criteria, because it's run by the Commission. It's down to us to decide who gets the badge and who doesn't get the badge. So the process itself is very simple. It's a very simple application form with some basic contact details and a small medical certificate, which is filled in by the GP or the family doctor. And then the card is assessed at the Commission and produced very quickly. But we include every type of impairment and mental health condition. And there are very, very few people for whom, if their doctor consider that they have an impairment, that we don't give it to. It's also been extended where people become incontinent, where they get as they get older. It's also used as a gateway card, so that people who are older can also apply for the card in order to be able to get access to services like free diapers for elderly people. So we have a very broad approach.
Sorry, I was muted. So I was asking whether Joachim would like to add his own experience briefly, and then we'll pass the floor to the local organizers.
Yes, thank you, Ima. Yeah, as you mentioned yourself already, the definition of disability that is used and the type of assessment differs between member states and can differ within a member state. I already mentioned in my presentation that in Belgium, anybody who has a recognition with one of the 5 disability associations can get the card. Maybe a point that is useful to mention here, given the scope of the European Disability Cards, where it is up to service providers to decide what kind of advantage they want to offer. If a service provider is willing to do so, and many were willing long before there was any talk of European Disability Cards, in our experience, they don't tend to be exceptionally worried about the details of what type of assessment is used. The whole type of assessment is a very important discussion, but a bit beyond the scope of the European Disability Card. And as such, in practice, it's not something where we see a very big issues at present. I think I'll stop there.
Very much. So I pass the floor now to the local moderator to tell us what is the next question that you would like our panel to address.
Hvala lepa.
Thank you very much. The next question refers to tourism, transports, and cultural events. The question goes as follows. How are tourist transports and cultural events organized in those countries that have adopted the EU Disability Card?
Who would like from the panel to address these questions? Shall I pass it to Pierre, for example, who tell us his experience on how these events are organized, if something has changed since the introduction of the card? Pierre, please. We cannot hear you, Pierre, so let me ask another of the speakers, for example, while the issue is being sorted out of the sound, whether Sasa or Rhoda.
Okay. So I'll try to answer that.
Well, in Slovenia, when it comes to the benefits, the arrangement is as follows. It is not legislatively obligatory to offer tourist transport to persons with disabilities holding this card. The providers can themselves decide whether to do this or not, and they can then offer more affordable tourism transports or even transports free of charge. They can also offer such transport to the persons accompanying persons with disability. It really depends on individual providers. So there is no legal obligation on them for whatever. And this applies also to all other services, not only tourism transports. Everything that concerns transport, tourism, culture, leisure. So all providers in Slovenia can decide on their own free will what they want to offer, to what extent, and with what kind of benefits. Perhaps percentage discounts or free tickets. But I would like to emphasize one more thing. Outside of the framework that was determined by the European Commission, we also have some other providers in Slovenia, and we're always very happy to have them, and we encourage them to join. Also, when we intend to continue this project, we are encouraging all Slovenian providers to offer whatever they can from various spheres of their activities. So to conclude, tourism transports depend on the providers themselves, because these providers are most often private companies, so the government has no direct influence on them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sasa, for that answer. Could we pass the floor to the local moderator for additional questions?
Hvala lepa.
Thank you. We also got 2 more questions in English, and I will read them out in English. But in terms of content, they are very closely related to the replies that were already provided to the first question. So these questions go as follows.
Country decide the disability categories for the card for themselves, or will there be an EU-wide category or EU-wide categorization? The next question, could the speaker of the Disability National Card projects reflect on how persons with cognitive or psychosocial disabilities can be better included?
Thank you very much for those 2 questions. While I clarify the first question, because it's asking at European level, I would kindly ask the speakers to reflect, because I'm going to pass them the floor for addressing how better address and serve persons with cognitive and psychosocial disabilities. In relation to the first question, whether there would be an EU-wide category, I have to say that the assessment of disability is a national competence. While in the initiatives that we undertake, we will certainly use as a compass the concept of disability in the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We need to count with the member states to operationalize the eligibility process. So, and in doing that, we will, as the strategy encourages, to have that common approaches and this mutual recognition. But at the end, we have to rely on those national and sometimes even regional or local assessments, disability assessments. So this was in relation to the first question. Now I would like to pass the floor in the second question. I'm going now to go from inverse order. I'm going to ask first the member states, Rhoda, then Joachim, and then Sasa, and then I will finish with Ivo and Pierre. Whether you can share any hints, any insights on how do you think the card can better serve this group of persons, so these groups of persons with cognitive and psychosocial disabilities. So, Rhoda, Joachim, first.
Yes, obviously the card that we have is available to people with cognitive and psychosocial impairments. What we try and do is we try to liaise with the people who are providing the discounts so that they have some sort of disability equality training. We try to give them guidance about what different things different people may need. So we will tell them about easy to read versions of documents and signage. One of the things we've been involved in recently is speaking to supermarkets about autism-friendly spaces and being able to provide spaces where people with autism are able to feel that they're not going to be oversensitized. So the way that we approach this is through the people who are providing the offers, and we try and make sure that they understand all of the areas for different types of impairment, but specifically with cognitive and psychosocial areas. We give a lot of training on what these customers may require.
Thank you very much. Now, Joachim, any reflections to share with us?
Yes, very much in the same line. Of course, the card in Belgium is also available for persons with cognitive or psychosocial disabilities. But the card is only one element in the inclusion of persons with disabilities in social activities, and it cannot replace the accessibility of the service provided. For instance, the use of easy-to-read information in museums and much more. Nevertheless, the card can be used to promote that as well, more on a side way approach. As in, for instance, what we also did is we used the campaign to promote the card with the service providers, also to provide information about accessibility in the broad sense and direct the organizations that are interested towards organizations that are specialized in all types of accessibility, including for persons with psychosocial disabilities.
Thank you. What about in Slovenia? Any hints, recommendations for addressing better the needs and serve better persons with cognitive and psychosocial disabilities?
Well, I will be very brief. In my introductory presentation, I mentioned that these two groups of persons with disabilities have exactly the same rights as all other groups of persons with disabilities. They are included into our legislation, so they can, through this disability card, enforce all benefits like all other groups of persons with disabilities. They can access all benefits, they're entitled to the same benefits, and we tried to adapt also their understanding to these benefits as much as we can.
Thank you, Sasa. Maybe we can hear now from Pierre and then Ivo. Let's see if the link for Pierre works. We do have a problem on the link for Pierre, so maybe while the technical team is going to look to his connection, we can hear some recommendations from Ivo, and then I will try again to pass the floor to Pierre, and if there are no more questions from the local moderators, I will put some questions to the panel.
Yeah, hvala.
Thank you very much. Well, I would join colleagues in saying that the situation is similar in Slovenia. I would also like to underline the important role of their representative disability organizations who are really playing a key role in supporting and information spreading for these users. And perhaps I can also touch upon the previous question, because I was a bit late in raising my hand when we were discussing accessibility of tourism and transport services and museums in Slovenia. As far as I know, there are 3 transport agencies providing discounts in Slovenia. One of them is based in the area of Ljubljana, one in the Koroška region. But there are countless museums that are offering entrance tickets free of charge, both for the person with disability and the persons accompanying them. So I think that museums and libraries and culture are really the biggest link here and the strongest provider in that respect.
Very much, Ivo. We're trying again with Pierre, if he's still with us. Pierre, let's try again. I am afraid it does not really work. So if you would like, Pierre, can I encourage you that if you would like to give a message, that you type it into the chat so that at least the local moderator would be able to read it. In the meantime, I have a question for our members of the panel. We have a couple of minutes to go before the end of the panel, and I would like to give each of you the opportunity to tell us how would you encourage other member states to join the initiative? Do you think that it is a matter of having good convincing arguments? Is it a matter to take a binding initiative? Is it a matter to present good socioeconomic results? How would you go? What instruments would you use to convince and to work with other member states so that we could have a real pan-European initiative with the card? Can I start giving the floor to Sasa? I'm going to use the same order of speaking in the program. So Sasa, then Joachim, Rhoda, Pierre, and I, Ivo.
Hvala, Ima.
Thank you, Ima. Yes, I completely agree that member states of the European Union should be encouraged, so all other members should also be encouraged to join. Perhaps the way to do it is to present them how we succeeded with our projects. And if I may use these words, we may present them how we made our persons with disabilities happy with the use of this card. Perhaps at the outset there were certain misunderstandings, but for that reason we also added to the name of the card the benefit card. So we explained to persons with disabilities that this brings also certain possibilities for them when traveling to other member states, so that this really enhanced their possibility of travel. And this is how it really gained ground. So the awareness raising among other member states about the disability card, well, it should be done also by sharing such presentations, also media presentations, campaigns. And we should use the experience of persons with disabilities who are already using this card. Another point worth considering is that the European Commission could also go a second round and draft and publish a new tender to which also other member states could apply. Because in the current case, they would need to cover all their project costs themselves. But I think that it is in our common interest, it is in the interest of the entire European Union that this card becomes alive, as is mentioned in the new strategy, and that it is expanded to all member states. And even more, it should expand its scope and purpose, as was mentioned at the beginning, and perhaps it could even be merged with a parking card, and I think that this would really be tremendous. So for all these reasons, I think that this financial input, if it were covered, would be helpful for these member states to reach such a decision. But really, all the member states should be well informed about this card, and I think that we should do more to present our projects to them and the experience of our persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sasa. Good sharing good practices, providing financial support, merging with the parking card, very interesting. Can we hear, Joachim, if you have any additional suggestions?
I think Sasa made some very good suggestions already, and she covered basically what I was going to say. So maybe just what part of the message could be, without wanting to diminish the importance of the EDC. In a sense, it is a quick win. In the larger scale of things, it is not the most expensive of projects. It is not the most complicated. This is not the one that touches the most fundamental issues we have among member states from time to time. It is a rather light project that has had very positive feedback from the users. and from the member states that have presented here today, as everybody could hear. So I think that could be part of the message that we bring to all other member states, that it is an easy win. So let's take that win.
A win-win situation. So very briefly from Rhoda, because now we are approaching the end of the session.
Yes, I would just add that it makes economic sense. Disabled tourists have a lot of money to spend, but they only ever go to places where they know they're going to be safe and they know that they're going to be able to have access to the right places. I would also add Malta is obviously highly dependent on tourism, and we are very aware that disabled activists are very good at disseminating their experiences through social media, whether they are good or bad. And we have had people who have come to us and said that they have heard via various social media networks that Malta is a place that is accessible and has accessible transport, and the accessibility arrangements that you need. So it really does make economic sense for people to look into providing this card, because there are a lot of disabled people who really want to be able to go and visit other countries, but it can be frightening if you don't know that you're going to be able to have access to the services that you need when you get there. So I think you can use that as an argument for more countries to be taking it on in order to attract more tourists.
Good. Using social media to share good benefits for individuals, but also good showing how it makes good economic sense. I'm going to keep on trying. Pierre, let's see if it works now and you can say a few words. Otherwise, I pass to Ivo. Oh, I'm so sorry. We would have really liked so much to hear your views. But as I said, you can put them into the chat box and they will be taken on board. Ivo, a couple of words as the last speaker of this session.
Yeah, hvala.
Thank you very much. Well, I would only like to add that an important role is also to be played by national broadcasters who could promote this card and make it more visible. National broadcasters should do more so that persons with disabilities and providers would learn about the card and would know how to obtain it. I think that this should use certain affirmative videos, short video clips, and this would really serve the card's promotion well. On the other hand, I also think that national and representative disability organizations which exist all around the member states are strong enough and also have sufficient knowledge and arguments to know how to explain the advantage of this card to the benefits and providers. I am afraid, however, that these organizations are not really always contacting those interlocutors who should learn about this card and become activated. I think that we were rather lucky in Slovenia. So as a result, this initiative is going well in Slovenia.
Okay, thank you very much to all of you. I see that there are a couple of questions about who gets the card in the different member states. I would encourage you to read the report, the study on these different experiences that is in the Commission website. You have all the details about that. Also, there was a question about the different cards in Germany. The strength of this work has been having a common card that is recognized, and we will continue to work into that direction to have this card. And I just would like to close the session and thank all the speakers and all of you that have been listening and putting questions in the session. A lot of complementary and additional information has been provided. Thanks to the Slovenian presidency for the organization and inviting us to moderate the session. And I close this session and I pass the floor now to the local moderators. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hvala vsem sodelujočim v tem drugem.
I would also like to thank all participants in this second plenary part, and I would like to thank Madam Porero for excellent moderation. And now we will break for coffee and continue at 15:35. Please join us again then. Thank you.
Lepo pozdravljeni.
Welcome back. And welcome to the third part of our plenary session, presenting the strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities for the period between 2021 and 2030. The moderator of this part is the Director of European Disability Forum, Ms. Catherine Notem. I hope she is with us so that I can pass the floor to her. Catherine, can you hear us? Yes, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much for inviting me this afternoon to moderate the session on the European Disability Strategy. The videos that we got to watch in the break made me regret even more that we're not with you in Slovenia today for this conference, as we would have loved to have been. And thank you very much for the very informative program we've already had today. Of course, this session is really important because this year, the European Commission managed to launch its disability rights strategy up to 2030. And the consultations which the European Commission undertook were very extensive despite COVID. There was a lot of discussion with member states, with organizations representing persons with disabilities and other important partners. So this afternoon, we're going to get to hear from a range of speakers on the European Disability Rights Strategy. We're going to hear the perspectives of different very important partners in implementation. We're going to hear directly from the European Commission. We're going to hear from member states and from organizations representing persons with disabilities and service providers. So I'm going to start by giving the floor to our first speaker, who's the Secretary General of the European Association of Service Providers for Persons with a Disability, Mr. Luc Zelderlo. Luc, I saw your camera, so I think you can put your camera on now so we can see you. I'm going to turn my camera off so people can focus on you. But when you see me reappearing, it's because your time is running out. I know you will speak between 10 and 15 minutes, but we have a very packed panel, so I will be strict. And I look forward to hearing what you have to say about the strategy. You have the floor, Luc.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Yes. That's great. Thank you. I also prepared a little PowerPoint, so maybe the technical service can bring up the PowerPoint. Yes, there we go. Thank you very much. And I will indicate when I want to go to the next slide. So good afternoon, everybody. And I agree for 200% with what Catherine just said. It's a pity that we are not in that beautiful country that you have shown in that little video clip. So warm regards from a foggy Belgium. I'm indeed Luc Zelderlo, but there is a little mistake on the slide. I'm not Secretary General of ESPD anymore. I'm retired since 3 weeks. The acting Secretary General of ESPD is Madam Doneva from Bulgaria, and she is now Secretary General of ESPD. But being in my first weeks of retirement, I want to thank the Slovenian presidency for the opportunity to speak at this so important event. So thank you very much, Slovenian colleagues and friends, and dear DPO leaders, thank you for allowing me to speak. In my brief contribution, I want to give the perspective of the service providers. Indeed, it's good to go to the next slide. I want to give the perspective of the service providers on deinstitutionalization and the quality of services. Because this conference is about empowering people to fully participate in society. And that is only possible indeed if we have performant, person-driven, person-centered services that are available and affordable, that are, as I said, with persons with a disability at the steering wheel, with support services that are community-based, rooted in local communities, blended into mainstream services. That is the type of services that we want. We want services that promote inclusion, and that is also stated in the new disability rights strategy, and that is exactly why ESPD also welcomes this new disability strategy. And we go to the next slide, maybe. This new disability strategy clearly also has a services element. That services element is quite well developed, and as an organization, we want to fully support the implementation of the elements of the strategy that are linked to service provision. And the strategy points at two very important elements when it comes to the provision of empowering inclusive services. And the first element is that indeed, still in too many countries, in too many parts of Europe, service models still segregate people from society, hindering their participation. Deinstitutionalization is far from achieved in all European Union countries. And the strategy aims at providing guidance to member states on how to promote deinstitutionalization, how to promote independent living and inclusion, and wants to, by 2023, provide the guidance paper. And the second element that is identified as key in the new strategy is the quality of services element. Indeed, we have to redefine quality of services. We should move away from quality assurance systems that are based on a medical approach of disability or on a mechanic approach of services. We should base our quality assurance systems, the way how we provide services, on the ambition of the UN CRPD. And by 2024, the European Union wants to launch a framework on quality, and that is, I think, also something that we really embrace as support services. Let's go to the next slide, maybe. Because, and I think that you all, dear participants, understand that the quality of services and deinstitutionalization is key to the work that the service providers network, such as ESP does. And what will we do in the coming years? Well, you see there listed on the slide the three initiatives that we will take in the year to come. First of all, we will do a study, we are doing a study on innovative quality with a focus on quality of life. Not with a focus on the service, but with a focus on the quality of life that it facilitates. That study will, we will have the results early 22. We have set up a multi-focus and a multidisciplinary task force that will organize the debate around quality of services. And I would like to thank all the DPOs, member state representatives and researchers that already joined that task force, which is set up and is working already at this very moment. And last but not least, we are working on the preparation of an international conference in October next year, 22. Hopefully we can organize it in person in Malta on quality of services. That is what we will do. But on the coming slides, the next slides, I would like to give you a bit of the background thinking, the value base that we as an organization have to work on the institutionalization and the quality of services. 8 key recommendations to stop segregation and to promote high quality services. The first element is all discussions should start from the perspective of the individual, of the person and his or her family, not from the perspective of the professional or the manager that manages the service. It should start from the people. And that includes the development of early childhood support. There is a real gap there. Assessment services that work based on the wishes and the dreams of the people, not on the defects. Correct information services, accessible information, and that should lead, of course, to empowerment of families and individuals. The services should also be produced in co-production, based on a joint agreement on the objectives and the goals, with everybody on board, family, individuals, of course, providers, educational actors, authorities. We have to have everybody on board if we want to produce the services of tomorrow. Next slide, please. They should also, self-evidently, be based on human rights. And we have to move away from this risk of remedicalization. Corona has shown us that there is this huge risk of remedicalization of disability and the reinstallment of the defect approach based on human rights, based on the ambition of the UN Convention. According to ESPD, the services of tomorrow will also be hybrids, hybrid in a double way, in double understanding, in two ways. First of all, through a flexible combination of professional support with family and informal carers support in a good cooperation, respecting each other's roles and responsibilities, but also hybrid in terms of using technology. Again, something that became clear during the Corona crisis. The fifth recommendation is, please, let's approach things from a holistic perspective. All aspects of life should be taken into account. Living in a flat in the community is only inclusive when the built environment is accessible, when people can have a job and a decent income, a proper education. And that, of course, requires also cross-ministerial cooperation. If you want to be successful on deinstitutionalization, and if you want to provide high-quality support services, then cross-ministerial cooperation is absolutely essential. Let's look at the other elements. Thank you for changing the slide. Yes, indeed. Services should be community-based, part of society, blending in, not as an alien in a community, but part of a living community. That is so important. The services should be part of the entire societal support system and mechanism that is available. This blending in element is very important for us in the future. They should be delivered by well-trained and by well-managed workforce. The workforce should be seen as a lever for change, not as a barrier. But indeed, we face shortages of staff already in many different countries, and we see that there are huge training needs for many people. My last key recommendation for the services and for the quality systems that we want to build is services should be available and affordable. And that includes that we have to develop new funding systems. Direct payments, of course, will be one of the approaches that we have to further develop. At the moment, most of the funding systems are still deficit-based. Funding models should change, and we should move away from funding large segregating systems, and direct payments, inclusive payment systems should be further developed. Dear colleagues, and that brings me to my next slide. Next slide, please. The 8 key elements. Can we go to the next slide? Thank you. One back, please. Thank you. Yep, thank you. These 8 key elements for quality should become part of the European Union guidance, and it should become part of the quality framework that the European Commission will develop and promote. But, dear colleagues, quality is only possible if authorities at national, at municipal, at local level also take their responsibility. Services operate in a framework given by the authorities, and this framework should be stable, correctly resourced, based on the values and the principles of the UN Convention, and with having a well-trained workforce available. Let me go to my conclusions. Next slide, please. Thank you. Dear colleagues and friends, we as ESPD, and I personally, would like to call for more investment in early childhood and community-based services. And we should mobilize funding to finance the change that is needed. It will not come automatically. We have to reroute the money, but we also have to properly resource the change. And the funding should come from the national level, from the European level. ESF Plus could be used, and also the recovery funds could be used to finance the change. Rerouting the money is crucial also to make the system of innovation sustainable. What we see now is that too often innovation is based on projects and not on a system change. And that is what we should further develop and implement, I think. I already called for an holistic approach for cross-sectorial cooperation between different levels of authorities and ministries. And we should work together. DPOs, providers, academics, authorities. I think that together we can make a change, and we can achieve the ambition of this new European disability strategy. Dear friends, that's my last slide then. Dear friends, I wish you all a successful implementation of the new European disability strategy. The ambition is there, and together it is doable. And as former Secretary General of ESPD, I also would like to say goodbye to all of you. My role in the future will be different, but please allow me to say this. It was a pleasure and an honor to work with all of you for so many years. All the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Luc. And also we would like to take this opportunity again to thank you for all of your work and cooperation over the years. And actually you ended on the very important point of investment in the change. And you have the disability strategy and the importance of directing funding and energy towards implementation. So it logically moves to our next speaker. We have Robert Jan Ull, who's the Policy Analyst for Fair and Equal Societies at the Unit for Institutional Cooperation and Networks of the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights, the FRA. He's also deeply involved with the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So you're very welcome, Robert, to join us this afternoon and tell us about this topic, in particular looking at operationalizing the disability provision of the new Common Provisions Regulation of the EU funds. So again, like with Luc, it's really nice if you can stick your time. And if I turn my video on or start making noise, it's because we're running out of time. I'll turn off my video now and let people concentrate on you and what you have to tell us. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Catherine. I hope everyone can hear me. So thanks a lot to the presidency and to the organizers for inviting us to speak at this important event. As we already heard, the issue of EU funds is, of course, a key one when it comes to implementation of the new strategy. The new strategy points out that EU funds can support a wide range of processes related to disability, such as the institutionalization, socioeconomic inclusion of persons with disability, the disabilities, access to services, inclusive education and healthcare, and also the issues of an issue such as cultural heritage, and obviously ensuring accessibility. The institutionalization in particular has been a key area of focus in the debate on EU funds and fundamental rights in recent years. In the Fundamental Rights Agency's research on this issue, we've raised awareness of the fact that funds should not be spent, as has happened too often in recent years, on building or refurbishing existing institutions for persons with disabilities. But at the same time, many interlocutors that we spoke to in our research also pointed to the positive role that EU funds can play in ensuring a transition from institutions to community living. Equally, the European Ombudsman has also noted that spending on new or existing institutions would be at odds with the position of the CRPD committee, and in one of its investigations noted that although in that investigation the Commission took the position that there was no legal basis to ask for the return of funds that are spent on such things, the Ombudsman did say that they should be addressed in the future. Now, the new disability strategy requires that national frameworks to ensure implementation of the CRPD, including arrangements to ensure accessibility, should be in place. It also points out that the new Common Provisions Regulation, which puts in place rules covering a wide range of EU funds, so these are funds like the one Luca already mentioned, the European Social Fund Plus, and the other relevant funds, the European Regional Development Fund, the Cohesion Fund. All of these are required to comply with both the Charter of Fundamental Rights and the CRPD. And the Common Provisions Regulation requires that they are complied with as an enabling provision, so that they are applicable throughout the EU funding cycle. The Common Provisions Regulation has been enforced since the middle of this year, and of course it's clear that the Commission and the Member States are the key parties that are responsible for ensuring compliance of EU funding with fundamental rights. However, at the same time, we believe that the national bodies with the human rights remit, so that's national human rights institutions, equality bodies, ombuds institutions, can also play a key role in helping to ensure that EU funds are spent correctly. The Common Provisions Regulation refers to these bodies as those responsible for promotion of social inclusion, fundamental rights, the rights of persons with disabilities, gender equality, and non-discrimination. So it clearly specifically mentions the rights of persons with disabilities and the bodies that deal with that. And these bodies are supposed to be involved at every stage of the funding cycle. So that includes the partnership agreement, the programming, and also then the selection of projects and the monitoring and evaluation of those various projects and programs. And of course, also in complaint handling, where there are complaints about particular funding decisions. So we know from our own research that national human rights bodies see certain risks in playing a role in the EU fund cycle, in particular that they will be somehow made responsible for checking that all spending complies with fundamental rights, which is of course a bit difficult to do because they have limited resources. But we do recognize those risks, but we do believe that they can play other very useful roles in the funding cycle, in the funding process. For example, by providing training for officials involved in the selection of projects, or advising member states on putting in place systems that would prevent funding from going into areas that would violate fundamental rights. And also they could encourage spending on effective policies that actually promote fundamental rights. So, so that's a more kind of a positive role in the sense that, of course, spending can of course not only go into the wrong direction, but of course can provide, as the various texts that I've mentioned, the Common Provisions Regulation and the strategy itself recognize, can really play a key role in implementing the rights of persons with disabilities. So to support that, we have started a new project on EU funds. The aim is to provide national bodies with an analysis of critical success factors to help them in their work on EU funds. This, we believe, will identify key intervention points for national bodies and help them to ensure that funds are invested in projects that promote the values that are contained in the Charter and the CRPD. The Charter deals with both the Charter and the CRPD. Our project does. For example, of course, to give the example of independent living, by funding independent living projects for persons with disabilities and ensuring that they have the support that they need to be fully included in society. The project will undertake research with both EU level and national level interlocutors. We will, of course, include organizations of persons with disabilities, and we will seek to produce practical guidance on how the various national bodies dealing with human rights can best be involved in the funding cycle, and that will include in relation to the CRPD. We're just starting this project, but the results will start to come in the second half of 2022, and then we will publish a final report in 2023 with our analysis. Of course, in the meantime, the agency will continue our work in a range of other areas. So that includes helping independent CRPD monitoring bodies develop human rights indicators. We did this last year in Bulgaria and also this year in Czechia. We will also publish a guide on disability-related human rights indicators in 2022. That will bring together some guidance from both the guidance of the CRPD committee and national practice examples, and will serve as a guide on how to design indicators. And of course, that needs to recognize that indicators are always a work in progress and can always be improved. We will work very closely with the European Network of National Human Rights Institutions on this. And on top of that, we also will continue to gather promising practices of national monitoring bodies, publicizing examples of innovative ways of working by the national monitoring frameworks, and that we will report on in future editions of our fundamental rights report. So yeah, those are some of our plans and some of the ways that we hope to contribute to the success of the new strategy. And we really hope to continue to play our part in ensuring that the CRPD is fully implemented in the European Union and in making the Convention's goal of full inclusion of persons with disabilities in society a reality. So thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the rest of the discussion.
Thank you very much, Robert. Thank you for explaining to us the next steps you're going to take on monitoring the funding and how it's aligned with the strategy and the convention and the charter, because we know that the rules set in place are strong and it would be really important for those to be monitored and enforced. So now I would like to give the floor to the Vice President of the European Disability Forum, Mr. Patrick Clark, who's joining us from Ireland. Pat, can you turn on your camera so we can see you? And we're going to hear from Pat about the perspectives of persons with disabilities related to the hopes and expectations, it says, for the new disability strategy. So I see Pat is just coming on screen. It's lovely to see you, Pat.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. I'm going to turn off my video to let everyone focus on you. And then if you come towards the end of the timing, you may see me appear again.
Fine. Thank you very much, Catherine.
Thanks. Thanks, Pat.
Good to see you in the flesh, so to speak. Yes, greetings from Ireland, honourable guests. And thank you very much on behalf of the European Disability Forum. I wish to thank the Slovenian presidency and all of you present today for the opportunity to discuss in more detail the European Disability Rights Strategy for 2021 to 2030. We have heard a lot about what the disability strategy proposes to do in terms of actions. But today I'd like to talk to you about what persons with disabilities are hoping for in terms of the results and the changes to their lives thanks to the new strategy. A strategy is only worth something if it creates change in the real world. And in this case, that means tangibly improving the living conditions and rights of persons with disabilities in Europe. To make the strategy a success, we need the political commitment of all EU institutions and of all the member states. We need to allocate resources to implement it. And we need a robust monitoring mechanism to supervise it. And last but not least, you must make persons with disabilities part of this whole process at a European and a national level and in a meaningful way. Let's begin with one of the most visible objectives of the disability strategy, which is the proposal to expand the scope of the disability card and have it recognised in all member states. This is one of the most celebrated flagship initiatives of the strategy, and proves again the added value of involving persons with disabilities, as it was proposed a long time ago by one of EDF's national members. However, for the proposal to result in the force and scope needed, we need the support of member states in the Council. We need member states to get behind this idea, not just for the sake of their own citizens with disabilities, but on behalf of the 100 million persons with disabilities in the European Union. Persons with disabilities cannot move as freely as their peers across the EU. We have more difficulties in moving from one member state to study or to work. We need the EU disability card to ensure the mutual recognition of disability across the EU. And for this, we need a strong legal basis that is absolutely needed. On this note, we can also say that the key element in seeing the strategy make a difference to the lives of persons with disabilities is that we need binding legislation to anchor the initiatives proposed in the strategy, and that they be put firmly into the EU legal framework. As the evaluation of the previous strategy has shown, legislation produces the best results. Having a legislative basis for the European Disability Card will ensure that its implementation is harmonised and seriously implemented across the EU member states. Legislation is indispensable to protect the rights and lives of persons with disabilities. We have witnessed the dreadful cases of human rights violations during COVID-19 pandemic. However, the legal protection against many of the violations we saw during the pandemic are not reflected in the EU legal framework. The text of the new Disability Rights Strategy refers to the need to unblock the negotiations on the Horizontal Equal Treatment Directive, proposed all of 13 years ago. We cannot stress strongly enough how important this is. The EU can no longer afford the lack of a horizontal anti-discrimination directive. We hope to see the member states working towards unblocking this. But the goal is not to have a horizontal anti-discrimination directive at any cost. No, it needs to fully take into account the countless forms of discrimination persons with disabilities face, and particularly to take note of the severe issues our community was confronted with during the pandemic, which included being turned away from emergency care units because the persons with disabilities were not seen as priority patients, or having access to essential services cut, and much, much more. We urge the member states to act on this, to unblock the directive, and not to compromise on the impact that it would have in protecting the rights of persons with disabilities. The latest position on the member states is that EDF has access to shows huge detriments that water down the proposal, namely the removal of accessibility and the exemptions for the provision of reasonable accommodation. We call on you all to reverse this approach and to adopt a meaningful anti-discrimination legislation in all domains beyond just employment. The strategy also proposes guidelines on deinstitutionalisation. Currently, more than 1 million persons with disabilities in the EU live in institutions, and they are cut off from their community, denied the right to choose where they live and with whom they live. And despite the rules regarding the use of EU structural investment funds forbidding investments in institutions, we still see EU money going into institutional settings. Clearly, the message of what an institution for persons with disability is and why we need to move away from this outdated form of care is not getting through to everybody. This is why it is crucial to have clear and uncompromising guidelines at the EU level, which take on board the experience of persons with disabilities, particularly those who have suffered institutionalisation. We need to be clear that member states should be actively investing in alternatives to institutions, particularly in the form of personal assistance schemes and in-home support, to allow people remain in their homes should they wish to do so. Essentially, we need to make sure that persons with disabilities with high support needs are not forced into institutions simply because they are the only form of support available. We need choice, and we need to give all persons with disabilities agency to choose where and how they want to live their life. This freedom to choose is the most basic of all human rights. If the guidelines are presented clearly, unambiguously and ambitiously, and if this is done jointly with sufficient investment from EU funds and member states, it could result in real and tangible improvement in the lives of persons with disabilities in the European Union. On that note, allocating funding to implement the actions of the strategy is also crucial. As the saying goes, money talks. The historic EU budget, including the Recovery and Resilience Facility, needs to be earmarked specifically for investing in actions at national level, addressing the many barriers highlighted within the strategy. This is particularly the case in tackling issues that are directly linked to the COVID-19 pandemic, which has been catastrophic for persons with disabilities. Investing in independent living in the community, instead of segregating settings, ensuring an inclusive labour market, inclusive education, and the possibility for persons with disabilities to participate in all aspects of life are areas that will require the political commitment and the necessary investments by the European and national authorities. Funding is also needed to guarantee the real impact of the key flagship initiatives of the strategy. For example, the Accessible EU Knowledge Centre. It is therefore crucial that the EU Centre has the human and financial resources to carry out its tasks. Likewise, we believe that the EU monitoring framework for the CRPD needs to be properly funded. To conclude, ambitious and funding and legislation, all of which should include the active participation of persons with disabilities, are the necessary factors for a successful implementation of the strategy. We hope the Member States, under the guidance of the Slovenian presidency and the upcoming presidencies, will commit to following up on the relevant actions under the strategy, including all the flagship initiatives and all the calls to Member States included within the strategy itself. We, the Disability Movement, ask you to take an ambitious stance on the strategy, and we remain at your disposal to work with you on its implementation. After the 10th anniversary of the ratification of the UN CRPD by the European Union, the strategy is a promising and comprehensive document rooted in the Convention, which will be the basis for all our work on disability issues for the next 10 years. Let this not be a missed opportunity. And again, we also call on policymakers to involve persons with disabilities in the preparation, implementation and monitoring of the policies affecting them. This is not a one-off task. It is a legal imperative, and more importantly, a guarantee of success in improving the situation of more than 100 million persons with disabilities in Europe. By designing and monitoring the policies together, we hope that the disability strategy will prove to be more than just words on paper. We hope that it will be a tool for creating a Europe where no one is left behind. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Pat, for the viewpoint of the European Disability Forum on the full strategy. That was really helpful. And we're going to move to the next speaker now, but stay with us for questions that may come later. I'm going to move now to our speaker, the State Councillor of the Republic of Slovenia and President of the Association of Paraplegics of Slovenia, Dane Kastelic. Are you with us there? We're going to hear about sustainable and equal access to healthcare, restorative rehabilitation and strengthening of the EU framework in line with the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities monitoring mechanism. I cannot see your face yet. can you use your mic to see if we can hear you? Can somebody provide some assistance to Mr. Kastelic? Because I see somehow that you have become visible on my screen, but I'm not able to see you. I'm not sure if everybody else can. And I don't hear your voice at the moment. I see some kind of sign that you're speaking. Maybe the volume needs to go up. Could you speak again? Could I hear you take the floor again? Would it be a good idea, I'm asking our organizers, would it be a good idea if I move to the next speaker and then we come back to Mr. Kastelic when the situation is sorted with the microphone? Okay, perfect. I've just got the sign to go ahead. So I'm going to go to our next speaker, if that's okay with our organizers, and then we'll come back to Mr. Kastelic afterwards when the technical issues are resolved. So now I'd be very happy to give the floor again to Ms. Immaculada Plasencia Pereiro, who you've already seen this afternoon because she was moderating the previous panel on the European Disability Card. And you're very welcome back again, Emma, to tell us about the instruments for the implementation of the strategy. So basically to give us the instruments, including in relation to funding. Emma is the senior expert from the Disability and Inclusion Unit in DG Employment in the European Commission, and so central to the coordination of the European strategy. Emma, can you put your camera on so that we can see you and hear from you? Fabulous.
Yes, my camera is on.
It is. Now I see you perfectly.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I hear you perfectly. I'm going to switch mine off now so people can focus on you. Thank you, Emma.
I need my slides that I had sent to the organizers. While the slides appear on the screen, I would be anyway starting conscious of the available time. Well, the slides are now in the screen. Thank you. So can I have the next slide, please? So, yes, a lot has been said today about the strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities, 2021-2030. So I will share some thoughts accompanying the slides that you will be seeing, but I'm not going to describe again, the content of each of the areas of the slides. I would aim to give you an overview of it and that you would get back home the essence of this rich document. So the first thing I would like to say is that the strategy is meant to support the implementation of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, both at EU level, but also to help the member states. And it puts a number of instruments there on the table to do so, in terms of legislation, in terms of fundings, in terms of policies, in terms of processes. However, it also asks member states to take action because it acknowledges that only the EU level with the national level can successfully implement the convention. Important is that it takes account of the diversity of disability, and it is anchored in the embedding disability, mainstreaming disability, in key transitions through policies at European level, like the green and the digital transition. At the end, it has one objective, that is improving the situation, improving the lives, having an impact on persons with disabilities and their families. In the next slide, you can see that we have 8 priority areas. Those are accessibility as an enabler of rights, enjoying EU rights, decent quality of life and independent living, equal participation and non-discrimination, the promotion of the rights of persons with disabilities globally, the efficiently delivering of the strategy, the Commission's ambition for the next decade leading by example, so the internal implementation in the Commission and some calls to other EU institutions, and an area of awareness raising and governance. In total, it's about 57 Commission actions and 23 explicit calls for Member States for actions. It also contains 7 flagship initiatives. Now, I'm going to go to the first area on accessibility. What I would like to tell is that the essence of this area today is on implementation. We have good tools and we need to invest on supporting this implementation of these legal and policy tools. That's why this European Resource Centre will have to be implemented in a very practical way, and to make sure that the stakeholders can really improve the implementation of accessibility. In the next slide, you have some concrete actions that, conscious of time, I'm not going to read, but you can get the next slide and one slide further on enjoying EU rights. Here in the area, next slide, please. In the area of enjoying EU rights, we have as an objective that persons with disabilities must be able, in practice, to move and reside freely across the Union, enjoying that citizenship rights like anybody else. Here, the card, the disability card, will play a major role, or so we hope. In the next slide, you can see also from a rights-based perspective, the participation in the democratic process. The elections of the European Parliament are near, and we need to work together with the Member States to ensure that persons with disabilities can enjoy these citizenship rights. We need to move 2 slides further. We have an area that is decent quality of life, okay, and living independently. There, some of the speakers have referred to the 2 flagship initiatives: guidance on independent living and transition to community living, how to enhance and create the possibilities for people to remain at their home, to live in the community. And it is not only about providing a specific disability services, but also addressing access on equal basis on mainstream services, improving accessibility of society as a whole, and many other actions. It's also about this quality framework of social services. This is the other flagship initiatives. Now, in the next area, we are dealing with quality of life again and living independent. This is still, the same area, but we are focusing now on jobs and work. The strategy recognizes that employment is the best way for ensuring independence and autonomy of individuals, also of persons with disabilities. Decent jobs, well-paid jobs, good working conditions is also essential for persons with disabilities. Here we will come up with a package already next year on how to do that. And as said previously in the strategy, setting all these complex and related good conditions for living in terms of good social protection, good salaries, and so forth is really essential to facilitate and to support persons with disabilities to find a job. Without a basic decent living, this is not going to be a reality as stated in the European Pillar of Social Rights. Of course, in the next slide, we say that one of the key elements to find a good job is to have good skills and actual skills. I mean, we're talking also here about digital skills. And here I would like really to highlight the role that having skills on accessibility can bring new jobs for persons with disabilities also. We need to make sure that professionals with disabilities, professionals in the digital section, and also including professionals with disabilities, know about accessibility. We hope that this will bring new jobs to implement EU legislation in the area. The next slide, so the skills are necessary to do so. In the next area, we have consolidating social protection systems. Again, a good link to the European Pillar of Social Rights and the need to make sure that social protection takes care of persons with disabilities and their families and compensates. The strategy refers to the compensation of the extra cost that sometimes disability brings to individuals and their families. We have now a new section on non-discrimination, and there we have addressed a number of areas from a right-based perspective in line with the UN CRPD very prominently. One is the area of access to justice and legal protection, freedom, security, where we have highlighted the need to ensure that all the work done in that area complies with the convention and is aligned with the convention, such as the, for example, the 2000 Hague Convention on the International Protection of Adults. I mean, there must be a way to align it with the UNCRPD. That's what this strategy says. Also, this transition and to digitalization of justice and training professionals. We have also the area of healthcare and access to protection from discrimination in areas related to goods and services and housing. Well, Pat already mentioned the Article 19 directive. We need to, I mean, the Commission position is to keep supporting this directive, a directive that really needs to bring that completion of the protection from discrimination and to be aligned with the UNCRPD. Now, the areas that in the next slide that on the address from this perspective include inclusive and accessible and quality education. We have clear gaps that need to be closed into the attainments, educational attainments for persons with disabilities and the possibilities for participate, including in early childhood education. We have, I mentioned the area of healthcare already. Here, it is essential to avoid that what happens during the COVID pandemic in terms of access to healthcare, and it includes critical issues such as emergency care and intensive care would happen again. So we need to take clear action in this area from a rights-based approach. We have an area also from that perspective that is art, culture, recreation, leisure, sport and tourism. Here, the key to all the actions mentioned in the strategy is that persons with disabilities should be there as center actors, creators of and enjoying these areas that we have put forward. And for that, again, the removal of barriers is essential, but also the promotion of their works in these areas. We have the area in the next slide on safety and protection. And here, again, we refer to asylum systems, we refer to the rights of the child, and we refer to how to protect victims of violence, again, from a rights-based approach. The area 6 is about persons with disabilities globally. It's about the EU complying with its obligation in Article 32 of the UNCRPD, but it's also showing that the EU is one of the key actors globally when it comes to being donors for disabilities and for development cooperation. It's about ensuring that disability rights are well embedded in our neighborhood and enlargement policies, and it is about including this rights-based approach in humanitarian aid, and that the funding that we are using is well monitored and checked so that disability is adequately addressed. We have set up in the next slide a number of initiatives to better deliver the strategy. And those relate to how to mainstream disability when we are getting on the table new initiatives through the better regulation framework, but also about how EU institutions, bodies, agencies can work together and can assign the responsibility to implement the convention. It's also about funding. A lot has been said about funding, not only the social funds or not only the shared funds, but also how we can use the recovery funds and many other funds, research funds, you name it, in order to implement and make the convention a reality. I am very happy to see and to share with you that in Area 8, the Commission has taken the role of leading by example and has embraced a number of initiatives, mainly from two perspectives. One, vis-à-vis our own employees with disabilities and those employees that have family members with disability, in terms of the removal of barriers, in terms of their careers, in terms of their work. Accommodation of the work, also in terms of accessibility. The second approach in this area is vis-à-vis the public with disabilities, many public like you, to better interact with our own processes, to participate in the policy development. And for that, accessibility to our premises, accessibility to our online resources and documents is now really highlighted, and is highlighted to a level that is embraced in European standards. So this really will require quite a work, but it will be really an important way of improving the relationships with persons with disabilities. Finally, we will have some areas for awareness raising and governance. We will set up a monitoring framework, still hoping this year. We will start presenting it. It will be enriched throughout the 10 years of the strategies, but with our also with our awareness raising, we will aim to combat stereotypes and provide positive messages about the rights of persons with disabilities. Last but not least, we will continue partnering with civil society. So I hope that this presentation would have provided a good overview of the key objectives and the key areas of the strategy that we want to work with, and we want to work in partnership with all of you. Also, not only persons with disabilities, but also member states, authorities, disability experts, service providers, I don't forget service providers, and also, of course, the UN. I will stop now, and I will give the floor back to the chair to take the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma, for the comprehensive presentation on the strategy. And you'll be with us in case there's questions afterwards. I want to now try again to go to our speaker, Mr. Dane Kastelich. Dane, can you put your camera on? We'll see if it works better this time. Perfect. I see you.
Lepo pozdravljeni.
Hey, warm welcome again to all. I do hope you can hear me. I do apologize for the change of the timeline, but the Slovenian National Assembly, the Committee on Health, is currently adopting an act on the long-term care, which is a very relevant legislative act, and this act certainly pertains to the Slovenian persons with disabilities as well. In my speech, I would like to highlight two topical issues. One issue has already been resolved with the adoption of the legal basis in the Slovenian parliament, and there is another topical pressing issue that is currently awaiting the implementation and the legislative procedure next year. Both these issues relate to the Slovenian legislative system, while at the same time constituting part of the implementation of the new strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities for the period 2021-2030. Slovenia was one of the first countries in the world to ratify the Convention on the Rights of the Persons with Disabilities in 2008. And we committed itself to comply with this convention, and we implemented it in our legal system. We are also a member of the European Union, meaning that we are obligated to observe all the common legislative instruments, including the new European strategy. Slovenia has expressed a positive attitude towards this strategy and also committed itself to the implementation of the strategy. Allow me to highlight firstly that this new strategy also focuses on the fact that the adoption of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Persons with Disabilities was a landmark achievement in the establishment of minimum standards regarding the rights of persons with disabilities. Under the title of Strengthening the EU Framework under the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the European Commission advocates that as a state party to the Convention, we have to come up with a framework to promote, protect, and monitor the implementation of the Convention. The EU also has its own mechanism to follow the implementation of this Convention within different institutions. Slovenia has long been advocating the establishment of its own single and unified monitoring mechanism that will be independent in the way described by Article 33 of the Convention. Currently, we have a three-partite system in place for the Council for Persons with Disabilities in Slovenia. This council is made up of 7 members from disabled persons organizations, 7 members from professional institutions, and 7 members from the government, which is, this latter part, undoubtedly controversial because the control mechanism is in fact controlling itself. The council also has no stable funding resources. The members of the National Council have been advocating since 2016 for an autonomous role, as the National Council is already generally functioning well and for the benefit of persons with disabilities. 2 previous governments supported that, and a full analysis of the correct placement of the Council for Persons with Disability in the Slovenian legal system was carried out. A little more than a year has passed since the new act on the Council for Persons with Disability of the Republic of Slovenia was drafted. And this act meets all the norms of an independent supervisory body that is to be headed by persons with disabilities and within which members from professional institutions would participate as well. I believe that by acting this way, Slovenia would provide a real safeguard for persons with disabilities when implementing the convention. At the same time, it would also enable the persons with disability to head this control mechanism, thereby implementing also the motto, nothing about persons with disabilities without persons with disabilities. And I do expect that this will be implemented in practice soon, because persons with disabilities know best what is good for us. Then I would also like to highlight the so-called sustainable and equitable access to healthcare. This is something that the European strategy advocates as well. This relates to the right of persons with disabilities to have access to high-quality healthcare, including the so-called rehabilitation, recovery, and prevention. The Slovenian parliament has provided a legal basis for the comprehensive rehabilitation of the blind and partially sighted in 2008. However, this legal basis was not put into practice until 2018, a decade later. On the 22nd of September of this year, the National Council, of which I am a member, submitted an initiative on the amendments to the Healthcare and Health Insurance Act to the National Assembly. For example, Slovenia has to provide a systemic solution to all persons with disabilities who suffer from a severe form of physical disability due to injury or disease. And these persons with disabilities will have the right to annual rehabilitation. I can say that these two elements are a great civilizational achievement of our country for disabled persons in the field of rehabilitation. Unfortunately, in the process of adoption, no consideration was given to the 30 years of work of representative disabled persons organization. It is true, though, that the competent Ministry of Health, has given us some assurances and guarantees that in the legislative sub-acts, a solution will be found also for this specific problem. And the Ministry of Health will, of course, have to discuss all of that with the representative organizations. And all this has to be carried out within the next 6 months. That would be all in the area that I am competent for. And this is all I wanted to mention today with respect of what is happening related to this issue in Slovenia. So I do hope I have clarified some of the issues that we are stressing significantly at this moment in time. And these are the legislative acts or initiatives that pertain to the European strategy up to 2030 as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm glad that we managed to hear your full description of what is going on and the perspectives from Slovenia. They blend very well with what we're talking about in the European Disability Strategy. So we have some moment now for some questions to panelists, which I have. I'm going to start with the question. There's a question in the chat box from Sandra Yu in relation to victims' rights. She has put some different messages here. The first was on in an EU member state where a person with disabilities is forced to retrain for a job. The first thing that we need to say about this is that according to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, people with disabilities have the right to free and informed consent, and that includes in the area of employment. So should not be forced to do a specific job, but given chance to have support in education and training and employment in the open labour market. But in the case of victims' rights, I'm going to give the floor to Ms. Immaculada Placentio Pereiro to tell us a little bit more about the EU dimension on victims' rights. Thank you very much, Imma, if you don't mind answering a little bit on that topic.
Yes, I would like to share, I can share with you some key elements of the EU policies and legislation in this area. But let me make a key point to the very specific question about a person being forced in employment to carry out some training or change jobs, or being forced to skill in a way that they do not want. First of all, it is essential to know whether the activity that the person is doing is really recognized as employment. This is really a key challenge that we have in order to apply the protection from discrimination, because we have legislation in Europe about protection from discrimination in employment, but sometimes these circumstances that you're being described are done in the context of rehabilitation or in the context of other settings which are not recognized in the member states as employment. So this is a challenge that is ahead of us. When we're talking about the EU framework for victims' rights, the EU law established minimum standards to support and protect the victims of crime. And there is a directive from 2012, and that directive recognizes it's already just after the adoption of the convention, and there you can already see that there are references to the rights of persons with disabilities to be accommodated, and it talks about, for example, communications for persons with disabilities. This directive is being now assessed. There has been an open consultation on the evaluations of this Victims' Rights Directive that closed just a couple of weeks ago. I think it was at the end of October, and we have disseminated this public consultation. There is a study ongoing, and I really hope that organizations of persons with disabilities and persons with disabilities would have participated and provide their views of how this can be addressed. Let me tell you also that the strategy that we are discussing today is not silence about it. It talks about the right to have effective access to justice also for persons that defend the rights as victims, and the right to be protected also as victims, also during the or in relation to the processes on digitalization of justice. And it refers to the victims' rights strategy and the initiatives therein, and it also refers to the higher prevalence and the higher risk for persons with disabilities to be victims of violence and of abuse, even in their own homes, not to mention in institutions, and the higher even risk of women, children, and older persons, which are vulnerable and frail, older frail persons have a higher risk. So under the specific actions, the Commission committed to provide in 24 guidance to member states and practitioners, including police officers, for improving the support of victims of violence who are persons with disabilities. I think that we are taking a much more proactive approach in order to address these situations, to prevent these situations, and then if the victims are already happen, that they have gone through a crime, or that then in the proceedings, in the legal proceedings, that they have their rights to participate, to be listened, and to be accommodated, that are respected. I hope this gives you an overview of the situation, and I pass the floor back to Catherine.
Thank you very much, Emma, for responding to this question related to victims' rights. I don't see other questions in the chat. I saw a comment from Sif Holst from Denmark on the importance of investment, that the strategy was very visionary but required investment to make sure that the changes would happen. I would use the opportunity that I have to come back to some of our speakers with a question. So if speakers would be happy to briefly say what they think will be the key ingredients of success for the disability strategy. You all came at different elements that were important. Luke talked about services. Robert spoke about the importance of involving the human rights monitoring mechanisms in funding. Pat Clark spoke about a range of priorities from the disability movement, and we also heard from Dane Kastelich. So I've got Luke, what will be a key to success?
Yeah, thank you. And that means that people have no access to the labor market, so they cannot even go for a job because they are declared unable to work, and they are not visible in the statistics, in the unemployment statistics. So there is a real issue there. So I think that this should be addressed by this new disability strategy as well. When you want to have my opinion on the game changers, what is absolutely essential, of course, I take the perspective of a service provider, then I would say there are three elements which are absolutely essential. One is we have to further develop co-production methodologies where authorities, together with persons with a disability or their networks and service providers and other actors in society, sit together to create a more inclusive society. We really have to reach out to disability-specific actors if we want to build a more inclusive society, I think. So that's the first element for me, co-production, all actors at the table. Second element is, I think, about rerouting the money. We have to reroute the money that is in the system, but we should not forget that there is underfunding already when it comes to the provision of support services and systems. And the third element is, as said by the person from Denmark, we have to invest. If we want high quality support, we have to invest. We have to invest in early childhood intervention so that people are not put on a segregating track. We have to invest in inclusive education, in an inclusive labor market. And if we don't invest, it will not happen, I think. So these are my 3 points. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you very much, Luke. Robert, would you like to take the floor and give us a very short point on a key success that you see in the strategy?
Sure, yes. Well, I think I would say the key to success is probably that we take a rights-based approach, taking the persons with disabilities as the starting point of any effective national strategy. So I think that we shouldn't have a kind of a piecemeal approach where we just announce an initiative on this or initiative on that. The key is really that all the CRPD rights are connected. Just to take some examples, it's very difficult to find work without adequate education, which of course then requires access to that education on an equal basis. It's very difficult to find work without adequate support for that, and of course it's impossible to do a job if you cannot get to the job, by using public transportation, for example, that's accessible, or other forms of transportation. So all these rights are very much related to each other. So I think the key, the key critical success factor, to use that term, would be to have a holistic rights-based approach, which really puts the full inclusion of persons with disabilities at the center of the strategy. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And that requires, of course, different ways of working in government across different departments, and also with civil society and other actors. Thank you very much, Robert. Pat.
Thank you, Catherine. Look, the strategy is a very good piece of work. It's a recipe, but like all good recipes, there needs to be additional pieces put into the mix to make sure that it comes out as a success in the end. So I believe that there should be proper and ongoing consultation, engagement and discussions in the disability platform, and proper and meaningful engagement with the disabled people's organisations. I don't think this has been fully considered, and there have been instances in the recent past where this has not happened, and the voice of people with disabilities and their opinion and the general knowledge that could have been brought to bear was not taken up. We also need to have all of the strategy to be locked down in EU legislation, in the EU legislation framework. But there is also need, if this thing is going to work, there's going to need to be proper and sustainable resourcing of all of the aspects of the strategy. And also, in order to make sure that we have a success at the end of it all, we need to be gathering informative data so that we can make a proper assessment and an evaluation even as it's going forward. So I hope that answers some of the points, I think, in that regard.
Thank you so much, Pat, for that. And I want to see if Mr. Kastelich would like to come back and give us one point that he thinks will be very important for success. Or 2 points. And if there's an issue with the video, I will maybe give the floor to Emma while we're waiting. Emma, would you like to tell us from your point of view?
Well, I think you are asking us for, on one hand, for the impossible to give you one key success factor. If it would have been so simple to identify, then it would have already happened. So adding to what has been said, I see 3 points which are essential. First, society at large and all the actors in society, when you see the richness of the strategy, the richness of the convention, this cannot be done by one group on its own. So society at large needs to know and understand the rights of persons with disabilities. First point. Second point, responsibilities need to be allocated. Whether we use it by policies, legislation, funding, all instruments are welcome, but people need to be responsible and know that they have to act. And third point, they need to be accountable. Something must happen if it is not happening. So those 3 points for me are essential to advance. Thank you.
And actually, I think that's a very good moment and point to end the panel on, because I think the panelists who came back with their keys for success called on all of us to be active at the European level and the national level to make the disability strategy a success, and where we can to go beyond the disability strategy. And so I'm going to give the floor back to our local organisers in Slovenia. And I would like to thank everyone for their questions and their attention throughout the whole day. And thank you very much also for giving me the opportunity to moderate this wonderful panel.
Following this very interesting day with insightful presentation, debates, and useful information, we are coming to the close of today's conference. This is the right moment when we can summarize the impressions and the main key messages that can then feed into the new projects and activities that will lead to full social inclusion of persons with disabilities. Before I give the floor to our final speaker, may I first thank from all my heart to all who participated, the panelists, sign language interpreters, the organizational technical staff, and everyone who made today's conference a success so that it could take place without any disturbances. I would also like to thank all the participants who decided to spend their day in our company. And to conclude, I would like to give the floor to the State Secretary from the Ministry of Labour, Family and Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities, Mr. Cveto Uršič. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. With my colleagues, I've been listening to all the debates, to all the panels. We've been listening to your questions. We've taken note of all the dilemmas. And I can say in conclusion that we are really happy and proud that during the Slovenian presidency of the Council of the EU, we managed to organize a special conference where we debated issues that are currently, but also in the future, extremely important for the lives of persons with disabilities. And this is true even more because we managed to pull this through during the COVID pandemic. All of us who are managing this second presidency of Slovenia, we are all really sad. We regret very much that we were unable to meet in Slovenia. Those of us who had the possibility to hold our positions already back in 2008 remember how good that conference that was held in Kranjska Gora was. We were more than 200 or 300 there. So this really facilitated an in-depth debate. But also today we had a very insightful debate which will feed to the higher quality of life, as was the case also previously, not only in the European Union, but also in individual member states. The moderator invited me to sum up the thoughts that were expressed at the conference and that I make a brief summary that could serve also as a guide for the future systemic policy in the European Union and in the member states with regard to persons with disabilities. My colleagues prepared a summary, a brief summary for me, and I would like to thank them for really helping me out. So the common thread of the first debate was the raising awareness of the rights of persons with disabilities, in particular in the area of accessibility and multimodal mobility. 2 successful projects were presented that could be translated into an integrated approach for the implementation and enforcement of the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and the new EU Disability Strategy for the period 2021 to 2030. Later in the discussion, we heard about the non-discriminatory use of transport for persons with disabilities. In order to foster multimodal mobility and accessibility, we propose that both the European Union and the member states regulate projects in this area in a systemic manner, thereby facilitating accessibility for persons with disability and empowering them to participate more in our societies. The second panel focused entirely on the EU Disability Card project, which is one of the most important elements of the new EU strategy. We heard about examples of good practice. The speakers presented their experience in developing and implementing the project, and they explained why it is so important to extend the card project. We believe that this card is necessary and it can serve as a bridge that connects EU member states by ensuring access to its benefits across member states for persons with disabilities. At the same time, it facilitates the integration of persons with disabilities in society at both the national and EU level. The EU Disability Card project is also important in terms of education and awareness raising about persons with disabilities, about awareness raising about their abilities, needs, preferences, and lifestyles. And above all, it enables persons with disabilities to travel and thus develop as individuals. This is why the final impact of the EU Disability Card is also part of the implementation of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and the new EU Disability Strategy for 2021 to 2030. We propose that the European Commission continues to promote the EU Disability Card and that it encourages its expansion to all EU member states, because this is the only way how we can achieve the full purpose of the card. The speakers presenting or participating in the final panel spoke about the strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities from 2021 to 2030, which is based on the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and also on the previous strategy. It covers all aspects of life of persons with disabilities, including in times of crisis such as during the COVID-19 pandemic, and ensures their equal integration in society in all spheres of life, including access to goods, digitalization, information and communication technology, education, employment, health, thus the overall participation in society. We propose that all EU member states sign up to the implementation of the strategy, because this also contributes to the implementation of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We also spoke about an example of good practice of enshrining the right to use the Slovenian Sign Language for the deaf and hard of hearing into the Constitution. This means that this right is provided to the deaf and hard of hearing and to the deaf blind in Slovenia, and this can serve as a good example for others to follow. Allow me to repeat that today we dedicated time to a special focus on accessibility in a broad sense and the implementation of the commitment that we made when we ratified the convention. We want to create a society that will provide enough opportunities for persons with disabilities in their daily lives so that they can realize their full potential. This will be achieved through the implementation of the Convention, non-discrimination against persons with disabilities, equal rights, the development of new technologies that will empower persons with disabilities for better quality of life and with greater opportunities. Furthermore, it is important to reiterate the point that we are always making, namely that successful and effective progress in all areas of care for persons with disabilities cannot be imagined without the cooperation of all stakeholders, meaning persons with disabilities and their organizations, professional institutions, and of course also public authorities. We must work together to strengthen the European approach to disability from a human rights perspective. This is, after all, also one of the key messages of today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to bring this conference to a close and that we continue with the work we have started so that we can ensure that both the Convention and the new EU strategy are fully implemented and become a reality. Thank you very much to all of you who participated at today's conference. I would like to thank all the panelists, all participants. I would like to thank all of you who provided us with the technical support. I would like to thank the sign language interpreters working at the background of this conference hall. Also, thank you to the simultaneous interpreters. I would like to thank the two moderators, Stefan and Matea. And thank you to all moderators back there, Susanna, my good friend Emma, and Catherine. And a big thank you to all colleagues from the ministry who prepared this conference and brought it to a successful conclusion. I wish you a beautiful remainder of the weekend, and I hope to see you soon. Good evening.